かっこいいから好きなんじゃない、好きだからかっこいいんだよ。誰かにバカにされてもなんともない、だって私のヒーロー。いつも眠いっていうくせに授業は起きているとことか、みんなの前ではクールなのに犬の前ではデレデレなとことか、ああ本当に愛してやまないあなたのこと、私だけのヒーローになってよ。 LINE だってしていたいし、一緒に帰ったりしたいよ。放課後部活に行くあなたにまたねって独り言、休みの日だって会いたいし、寝落ち電話もしてみたいけど、そんな勇気はちっともなくて呆れるな。振り向いて欲しくて、意識して欲しくて、香水をつけて一人でむせて、あなたが欲しくて、あなたのものになりたくて、明日こそはってベッドの上でシミュレーション、あなたを考えながらまた明日。可愛いから好きなんじゃない、好きだから可愛いんだよ。誰かにバカにされてもなんともない、だって僕のヒロイン。今日こそ来っていうくせに結局授業で寝るとことか、みんなの前ではおてんばなのに案外涙もろいとことか、本当に愛してやまない君のこと、僕だけのヒロインに
Margaret Cole.
教えてあげたいし、一緒に映画とか見に行きたいよ。放課後友達と笑う君にって独り言、君のストーリーに乗りたいし、俺の彼女自慢もしてみたいけど、告白なんかできそうになくて呆れるな。振り向いて欲しくて、意識して欲しくて。
One.
How about you both? Is the new Batman movie really that bad?
It's like 4 out of 10, but it's 3 hours long, so it's... Yeah,
So-
I don't know.
Hmm.
Apparently, if you're a super fan of the DC comic universe, it was a god movie. But if you're just a filthy casual like myself, Then-
Whose server are we playing? Taxis. We play Nene. I just decided.
Yeah, I'm on NA. I'm in New York.
Who's SZ Jen Burden? Not Burton, but oh my god, it's one of my viewers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Batman movies are hot take. Never really liked them.
there's like 1 or 2 good ones.
Yeah, but
The Dark Knight Rises
even,
is pretty good.
even the good ones are like not as good as some other movies in my opinion.
Stop being different and saying it's bad. Yeah, I'm being edgy. My
That's
opinion
true.
doesn't align with yours, Mr. First Time Chatter,
That is
so
pretty
I'm
true.
being edgy.
You're a
Who's that
hipster.
guy? I want his
You're a-
name.
You're
I'll
a
VIP.
hipster.
I want to VIP that guy.
Taxi's a hipster. It's gotta be different. What's up, chat? Oh my god, I can
Dude.
mute.
Actually, mod that guy when I think about it.
What's up, chat?
It's almost
How
as
you guys
bad
doing?
as the new Matrix movie.
What's up, Max? What's up, everyone? I know I'm
Yeah,
late
the-
today,
the
chat.
Matrix
I was up late with Neon doing the last
What's your
draft
favorite movie of all
for the
time?
music video,
I'm actually very curious now.
which is looking cool as fuck.
I don't really
yeah, I'm
have
here now.
one.
I'm
Like when
sorry.
people ask me that, I
What's
don't
up,
know what to
Axel?
say.
What's up, everyone?
Haven't you watched a movie where like, damn, that was a really fucking good movie, dude?
I
Yeah,
can't.
I really like Matrix 1. I like Shrek 1. I like...
Shrek's a jammer though. Like that's a classic.
yeah.
If you don't like Shrek, dude,
Um,
there's something wrong with you.
Shrek is a musical. I don't have a favorite movie, but I have like favorite franchises, like series.
The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings trilogies are really good.
He's in the call.
Yeah.
My teammate Mande in taxi. What's up, bro?
Um,
Hello. Yeah, hello. Okay, so I really like
Inception,
Alien.
yep. Inception,
I've
good movie.
never watched Inception. I fell asleep 3 times to it.
How?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, there is a lot of sleeping in Inception.
The first 6 movies of the Star Wars,
Yes.
pretty good. The new trilogy that Disney made was fucking hot garbage.
Ass, hot piece of shit ass. But what is your favorite Star Wars movie? Out of the 6?
The one with fucking the ladybug.
The Ladybug.
Yeah. The one with Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon or
First
whatever his
one.
name is.
Qui-Gon Jinn.
Yeah, I think so.
So the one versus Darth Maul.
Yes.
Phantom Menace. Yeah, that was really good. I think my favorite is probably 4 or 5 with Luke.
Yeah, I hate how they ruined in the last 3 movies. They ruined what the fuck is his name?
What's up, the bow? What's up, chat?
Luke.
How you guys doing?
Luke Skywalker, right?
Yeah, Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, the Last Jedi, whatever.
Do you like Alien? The franchise Alien.
I haven't watched too many of them.
Okay,
I think I watched Alien vs Predator and watched 1 and 2 of Alien, and I watched Prometheus.
I think Alien 1 is probably like one of my probably my all-time favorite horror movie. It's like so fucking good.
I thought Prometheus was really good.
Yeah, Prometheus is very nice. It's same universe.
Yeah. But no, I haven't watched all of the Alien movies.
I watched most of them. My dad really liked Alien movies, so he got us into it when we were really young, like really like small fucking kids. So we kind of grew up on Star Wars and Alien.
Yeah. Interstellar also a really good movie.
Yes, I like
Interstellar is
Jurassic Park.
insane.
Do you like
Everything.
Martian?
The music, everything.
You watched Martian?
Martian's pretty good. That's the guy on the
Martian's
what's it
okay
called?
too, yeah.
That's the guy on Mars, right?
Yeah, he gets stuck on
And
Mars.
he has to try and survive and shit, make his own food and shit,
Yeah.
right?
yeah.
What about fuck, there's this one dude, without spoiling or anything, there's this one movie about like a team that has to fly to a like 2 different planets or whatever, and they have to see which one is habitable. And like one of the crew members, they fuck up the entire crew. What's that
Isn't-
called?
Isn't that
What?
Interstellar?
That's Interstellar.
No, it's not Interstellar.
Yes, there is Interstellar. They're
No, yeah, I know,
flying
I know
to-
it. They go to the water thing. I know, but I'm talking about like, there's one where it's fuck, where they're like on an ice planet or something. Fuck, what's it called?
It's also with
That's
fucking.
literally
literally Interstellar, yeah.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. And the actor you're thinking
No.
of, the person they find, is fucking what's his name? The
It's
same
the
guy that
plays the Martian.
yeah, the same guy that plays the Martian. Jason Bourne. What's his fucking name? Matt
No,
Damon.
not Jason
Matt
Bourne.
Damon.
Matt Damon.
Wait,
Morning Top Dot.
am I smoking crack there?
Mhm.
Yeah. Interstellar literally has a water planet and an ice planet.
Yeah, the last one when they lose like I don't know how much 70 years of their life or something is the water planet.
Okay,
Yeah,
no,
I know,
it's
but-
70 years, but yeah.
I don't know how much they lose. They lose a shit ton.
Shut the fuck
Awesome,
up.
thank you for
Is it where they go out and that one guy tries to kill him?
Yeah, like they fall and they have a
Okay.
fight in the
Yes.
snow,
Ah,
and then they
okay,
realize he sent the
Yeah,
signal
holy
because
shit.
he wanted to save his life and he was a pussy.
Not because you can live there. Yeah. Holy
Yeah.
shit! There's just two. Dude.
Yeah, you're fucking
Oh my
cooked.
god. There's dude. What about
Did you
What
watch
about
Dune?
Life? Have you guys seen that?
Life.
Also, these cues, by the way.
Excuse her ass. It's
Mandy.
some solo needs to queue up. Chat,
Wait.
someone queue up.
Oh, that was just a lucky cue.
Yeah, this was unlucky for sure.
Wait, what's it called? Life? No, dude. Wait, this about this one. They're experimenting on an alien or whatever up in the Earth, dude, and it just fucking breaks someone's hand. And then that's when the movie starts.
I know that one. It's like the fucking alien that looks like a little fucking octopus that just flies around the ship. Yeah, that was a good movie.
It's Life. It is Life. That's a good movie.
Yeah. Then they end up like thinking they killed him, but then you realize it actually landed on Earth.
Dude, that's a good one. I like that.
Also, what movie did I say before that? Fuck, now I lost it. Unlucky. Being old sucks. Have you guys watched
Shutter Island is a really good movie.
Gravity was
Shutter.
just an okay movie. Gravity is just whatever.
What's that one called? It starts with A, and it's like this movie where like a piece of alien
Annihilation.
atmosphere. Yeah, Annihilation. I like that one.
Yeah,
What about
Annihilation was pretty good. It was above average.
The ending was
District
a bit meh,
42?
but District
Have you guys
40.
watched that one?
It sounds familiar. I don't
They
know
like
what it's
interview aliens and shit.
called. I didn't. I didn't.
District 9 is what it's called. Never mind. District
Oh,
9.
dude, Men in Black 1 was fucking.
Oh, Men in
just-
Black's a jammer, dude. The way they put comedy over that shit, oh my god.
Men in Black is
Oh,
really
dude,
good.
Rush Hour. Did you guys watch Rush Hour?
Fuck yeah! The other
Rush Hour
last
is a
month I
jammer, dude.
rewatched the first two, dude.
Rush Hour is a jammer, dude.
The Rush
I
Hour
don't
is
know if
fucking
I have.
sick. It's the one
I
with
think it's
Jackie Chan and
Jackie
Chris
Chan.
Tucker.
It's so good.
Like the blonde jawline guy.
No.
No.
Jackie Chan and then
Jackie Chan.
Chris
Yeah,
Tucker.
I know who Jackie Chan is.
You
You know
don't?
Chris Tucker?
I'm talking about. I don't know. I think so.
It's the tall black guy that dances like Michael Jackson in all of his movies. Like, he's really good at dancing and
There's team here! There's team here!
there's two teams.
I argue.
Dude, no way!
That's unfortunate.
I only had him 20. They're trying to finish me.
Well,
They're not very good. You guys got that 2 or 3.
They really aren't very good now. But I'm not going. But you said there was 2 teams, right?
No,
I
one
saw
team.
2 teams for sure,
Oh.
but I don't know if one's further away or not. I think one's on balcony.
Oh, I need energy ammo, PC.
Yeah, I have a. Here, I'll drop you a stack. I have a devotion. Oh, we're going balcony. One's coming up to us.
One's on me.
Below, first floor. First floor.
Yo, can you look at me? Look at me. Oh, I have 2 on me.
That one's cracked. I'm chasing this raid. I'm killing this raid.
82 on Ash. 82 on Ash. Nice.
These guys are terrible.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
30 seconds.
Yeah, we gotta go. I'm dropping down here. I'm fine. We should go straight for banner now.
Yeah, you go for it. Balcony 1.
He's coming down to me. 1 HP on this
Oh, you
bang
didn't get
over.
it.
No, I couldn't. He's literally stuck on it. He swapped blue. He was very low. Called Chris Tucker a blonde guy? No, he asked if he was a blonde guy. He doesn't know him.
You. Of course, man. I love scanners. Nice. Well played. This is better. Simply just better.
Welcome. I went straight for the banner and the guy zipped on my face with a PK and I was only 100 health.
I'll be honest with you guys, that's probably my bad.
Oh, you think so?
No,
Oh, no.
I thought we fucking let alone. I looked around. I didn't see anyone.
I think it's our bad. Morning, Zali. He said he's probably my man. What's up, chat? Good morning. I know I just randomly started the stream. I fucking overslept like a dumbass. Because I am a dumbass, and life is fucking weird, dude. Sometimes you just sleep for way too many hours. Ahoy. But I overslept because we were doing draft for UMV, the last piece. Also, chat. I'm currently at the stage where we're discussing faces for the live 2D. Like custom faces, like, you know, toggle faces, the ones I can toggle. What should I get? I got this not happening. What am I asking you guys, honestly? Fuck you guys. Resting bitch face. That's my usual face. Intimidating faces. Look down on someone. Okay, I'm writing it all down. Who are you playing with? I'm playing with Man, and Batman movies dog shit. God, this queue's better fucking hurry up, because I'll go sleep for another 14 hours. The way things are. Okay, so the faces I'm thinking is like a face of disgust. Like if when chat says something stupid, I can like look at you guys in disgust, because that happens 24/7 and it's gonna be very necessary face. Good morning, Echo. Then a smug face would be nice, like a kind of like a smug face. What else can we do? We can do like intimidating faces, like. Shall I that? Hey, technician. Talking about emotes. We're talking about live 2D faces. I guess emotes for live 2D. Menace. I should make a face in which like my eyes go red.
Conversation. Dude.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what we missed?
What?
Fucking Avatar.
Oh, Avatar.
That's a pretty good movie.
Like the alien Avatar one, not the Airbender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never watched Airbender.
I'm really disappointed there's never been a sequel.
They wanted to make one. They wanted to make 3 movies. They wanted to make one where they're like on the ground, and then they wanted to make one when they're in the air, like flying on the dragones and shit, and then they wanted to make one underwater.
Here, Andy. The Avatar movie was really fucking cool when it came out. It was like
Yeah.
so ahead of its time. I
Nice.
feel like.
Avatar is fucking
teams.
Pocahontas.
Oh, there is another team here.
There's
There
3
is
on
a team.
taxi. There's 3 on taxi and 3 on the other building.
近くに着地した
Oh, so
選
there's
択を
two
誤った
teams.
That is multiple teams, yes. I literally had to land with you, I had no choice.
I shot on one. Bloodhound is literal 1 bullet.
There's a guy with purple armor behind you here, but I made him run away. Okay, they run away, you're fine. I'm gonna go
I'm
for
gonna
this
come
blue.
up to you, right? Because it's
You want this?
two teams. There's a massive down here and a car.
I'm R9 peacekeeper and
I'm fucking taking the other side. I got scanned, but I think it's from top on the other side.
ファーストキルゲームの始まりだここに行ってみるかい
60 light ammo
誰
plus
かいたぞ
20.
クッキーよりじゃなさそう
Yeah, I have 40 light ammo
あそこに
total.
悪い奴らがいるぞ
Not
トラブル
good.
発生
Two on top. I have 80 light ammo.
I kind of want to just go over here.
Yeah, to
I'm
honestly,
down.
just
Fuck it.
fuck off.
Move.
行くぜ
I don't wanna be
We
in the
got the
lobby again.
juice from here. Oh, go back, go back. There's people there. Landed.
Okay, can we go here then?
こっちにいいものがあるかも
We should go the other round if you
Already
want.
looting there.
I am paddles around if you want.
Yeah, go to your ping.
ジャンプパッドを投げる
Nice.
I hate when people just land there and then they just look at each other. Like one team on each building just staring at each other. And this is all
Oh, we
looted.
came out on
They
top.
looted here.
Well, they left light ammo. Haha.
Yeah, they left light over here too. We're fine.
I have a energy mag. Where else are if you need it? Purple.
マスティフショットガンを発見
Mandy.
There's
Fuck
the
it.
bush
Here.
in
No, take this. Take this. If you want. 3 timer on it too.
エネルギーアモを発見
I'm
You
not
want-
taking it.
R301 を発
There's a
見
I want
PK
the
here.
3 one.
スキーパーを発
Oh, you
見
take if you want.
PK,
I mean the light
PK.
ammo, but yeah.
I took the light ammo.
PK,
want some more?
PK.
I have 111.
Yeah, drop like 2 clicks.
I got 260.
Oh,
Okay, how
shit.
about you drop us 2 right clicks?
2 right
Oh my
clicks?
god. No, just give me 2. Oh, okay.
何か動き出す
Now
Okay.
140.
I'll take it.
I feel like I was listening. Oh,
From the back.
blood on crack, 30 flush.
Oh, on top of you. On top of you, right?
Great hit 100. How am I dead?
Alright,
Great hit
there's
100
70.
on you.
Aping you. Shit on. 114 on blood. Under you, under you.
Yeah.
Also almost cracked. I'm going in.
I'm from myself.
チャージ中だ
Sex was that above you, Matt. Check this. Last guy, I think he was
I did
touched.
not hit him. Yes, purple.
シールドチャージ
Did
中
he
だ
get behind me? I got blue knock.
敵が近くにいるよ
Fake
Fake,
Chris.
fake, fake.
Full.
Sticking.
Fake, 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 fake. Now full.
Holding, holding, holding. Being blocked.
Full.
Rate this up.
You got him
Rate
up.
this up. Nice. Yeah, it's over. I'm gonna go block her.
I'm no more knock. I'm no more knock.
New
There's
team, new
no
team.
way.
こいつは急いだ方がいい
8264
Apparently I
through
got
your fucking shield.
arced. Nice.
How does he even hit me? I don't even understand.
I don't know, but you were gonna die to another team anyway. Right after, so. Kinda doomed. How did they just like? I literally walked 5 steps towards the carry and there was a 3-man right next to me without me being able to hear them. Like, how is that a thing in this video game? Guess they could have been ratting.
Come on, I have a better place to land.
You wanna sausage to your live to D? How the fuck would I make sausage? Okay. Chat. Do we have music request? I've been playing my BGM on cooldown. Let's do some. I'm feeling some K hip hop. Maybe some Gecko. I'm feeling some Gecko. Let's do some Gecko. Some K hip hop. Wake up, wake up. Yeah. Wake up. My JP playlist. It's been a while. True. But I kind of overplayed it so hard. I need to give it some more time. I got pieces how to move some more. Just realized it's Sunday and half our pair of everybody's locking themselves in Apex rank queue. True. Why are you guys playing Apex on a Sunday? You guys want to ruin your fucking Sunday? Are you playing on Sunday? Because I already took my day off and it was like on a Friday, so I have no excuses to not get on. We're getting saying Q. I'm gonna have. Alright, Polish. I'm gonna go get a snack.
I'm really loving these insta queues.
Dude, it's because I fucking we fucking died back to back, dude. I promise. The queues were gonna be crazy.
Sure.
I promise, it's true. Surely they're gonna get better.
Surely at 7 a.m. a lot of people are playing on the East Coast servers.
Food is ready, chat, so be right back. God, I just woke up. I'm already eating. What the fuck? What's up, Vicky? Okay, I'm fucking back.
Dude, this is gonna be the game.
Oh my god, that guy is number 4.
Number 4? 4 best players in the world?
Where'd you wanna go?
I got it, don't worry about it. It's the perfect place. You know?
No, not there. It's so bad.
What do you mean it's bad?
The loot there is horrible.
No, it's not. Alright, fuck it. We go down the hole.
Dude, the loot is not horrible and the queues are instantly popping.
No, dude, listen here, motherfucker. Back to back, we died fast. That's why you didn't pop.
Fucking copium, dude.
And that loot is not bad, right there.
I'm stuck in the tree. I landed on 2 Mosams.
Stuck in the abyss.
I'm stuck in a tree! That's a fucking jammer, dude.
Well, I have a gun. And I have 2 guns. So I'm happy.
気をつけて。リングに入ってない仲間がいるわ。
I have car plus bow plus L plus reach.
I have bow plus Mosam.
ああ待ってくれ
I'm stuck in a tree! Holy fuck, I love him, dude.
It's a
リン
man.
グマンを
Train is crazy, dude. Good scan right there.
There's
like
a man
that.
and there's a purple mag for the man.
クラフト中だよ
クラフト中よ。ちょっと待って。
Dropping a diggy.
A digital Fred.
Fucking Digimon?
Did you guys play that game?
Oh,
Digimon?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not really.
Is it called
Me neither.
Digimon or Digimon?
Digimon.
I don't know what it's called, but I played it a little bit.
Digimon
when I-
English, Digimon Danish.
Digimon. Yeah.
But
Digimon.
it's a Japanese game, isn't it?
こっち行くぞ
Oh, you were saying completely fucking wrong then.
Huh?
We were saying it completely wrong if it's Japanese then.
I'm pretty sure it's Japanese game, so there should be a way to pronounce it. I just don't know what.
Digimon.
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 Digimon, dude.
Because
Oh
I'm
my
pretty sure
God.
Digimon stands for digital monster, doesn't it?
Yeah.
急げ
But
あと
the
1分しかない
Digimon.
リングはすぐそこ
And,
だ
and
Digimon.
Digimon.
in Japan, they like
Digimon,
combining
Danish.
2 words, you know.
Mon in Danish is mouth, and E is in, and you know, dick.
Dick.
In
Dick is
English
kilo.
is dick.
Jeez, man.
マスティフ
the worst word in the
Any
world.
thoughts?
I hate that word.
これは使えるな
Dude, that's the worst. Dude.
Tisakun is worse. It's
Ah,
so
no, that's even
disgusting.
worse. Fucking yikes. Holy
Tisakun.
fuck.
Tisakun is like a 50-year-old pussy, you know?
Yeah. Dude.
What?
Tisaman. Tisaman! Oh my god. Tisaman means penis in Danish. And it's the most childish thing you can say.
Yeah.
It's so bad, dude.
It make me laugh, lul.
Yeah. Same. I don't know why.
進化
I thought you guys were saying spells, but I was lost.
Casting curses.
環
Yeah.
境ライトマガジンを発見。レベル2ね。みんな、リングが
PSM.
動いてるわ。
Huh? Oh, well, there's no one here, man.
よし。
No, but there's leftover loot. Carrier.
Go, carrier, go, go, monkey, go.
早く行くぜ
Nice.
ジップラインで飛ぶ準備はいい
Holy shit, dude.
僕は OK だ
My settings
He
keep
made
resetting.
fucking beans. What the fuck?
B. I can't do that voice. So Spark.
What are the odds of someone sitting here ratting? Not very high.
Pretty high.
Hey, that's
They were
pretty
right
good.
here.
I like that. We like that. I want a 2x scope.
There. Go, go, go.
Play with Bao and Amelie again. Yeah. Definitely. I think next week we might play already. Depending on schedules.
You want to sit here and just fucking... Fucking just keep it,
sure.
the rest next one.
Fuck.
There?
You have pad? Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
We hacking love killing freshly spawned newbies.
I can love 3 KP on white armor.
Yeah, but dude, when they have no gun, It makes me pee tingle.
Makes me feel like an
60
alpha
crack
male.
it.
Are you guys both bowing? Behind us,
Wait,
car,
behind
full
us.
3 men.
I was about to say, there's no
Yeah,
gun.
I'm going to the right. I'm going over to the right. To the right.
To the left, to the left.
My zip is nice if you look left of the thing.
Blood on the blue, purple on Gibby. I got fucked. I'm getting double fucked.
Oh, medkit.
They
I
just
do not
ash
see
wolfing
them.
our ass.
Yeah. They're above you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get away from
You
them.
just pop medkit or some shit.
Yeah. Just have to get away from them so they don't kill me while I'm doing it.
It's on the left side. 60. He's just
100
spamming.
on one.
This guy's literally spamming.
14 flesh, I don't know who. Everything's orange, my life hurts.
Do we just get out or what? This way?
I don't
They're
know.
getting out. Left thing got out. They took the car and... What? No, they're still there, I think.
Yep, they are. One still to the left. Crossing. Two crossing.
I'm getting a bunch of stringies.
I'm moving right side right now.
I'm farming them. In the car again? Oh, they're not in the car. The car's
Yeah,
just
the car is
moving, so-
wobbling. That's what I put a whole mag into it before I realized.
Pretty neat.
Who's
Feature.
RPR?
I have 2 syringes and 1 medkit.
Who's Bao, the bold fucking whale? Actual bold whale.
We could go ahead of them.
How can
They're
whales be
probably
bold?
gonna go
Only
up
you.
here.
You're the only one that ever managed to do that.
That's not bad, it's not a bad take.
Oh,
People
right
on
here.
ping.
In front of us.
Yep, they're healing literally right on me.
60. Curb. On Ash. Next to me, behind me. Holy fuck.
She just ulted.
God, we gotta heal a little bit.
Knock.
I have no
Where?
medkits out to slow
Behind
down.
me.
Please tell me she's got a
I don't know what
medkit.
behind you means.
I was
It
like
means
over here
not,
somewhere.
not in front.
I heard somebody walk behind me.
It's probably our teammate and
Or-
he probably dipped as soon as she died. Can we get out of this storm, bro? Like I can't hear, see, or anything.
I'm just gonna do that. Yeah.
I just want to eat my food, man.
You're giving Taxi a ride.
I'm taxi's taxi, dude.
Yeah, we're in your fake taxi right now.
Look at on the umbrella. Umbrella, Ella, eh.
I can't stop cacking.
Heck. Capital W.
Someone else is driving. At a storm. On the
Come.
bridge.
Oh, in front of me, we're getting gate kept. We're
It's a bubble. Bubble is moving.
this guy is 100% stream typing. Whoever just shot at me.
You don't think he's literally just better than you?
Dude, that
Hey,
was
it's your headshot,
the
son.
most obvious stream snap I've ever been in my life.
That's the most obvious he's better than you I've ever seen in my life, probably.
Right. Just tactical out positioning there.
You wanna go up on the right side of them and shoot him in the back?
I can put a juicer sip.
I wanna put my dick in his ass. Can I get some syringes?
Take the sip. Take the sip. The sip
Oh,
is good.
I went with Monde.
Okay.
You got medkit, syringes, anything?
3.
Thank you. Have it.
You got the zero, by the way?
Yeah, like, I hit him 101k.
I don't think we pushed that.
Yeah, I
They
don't
also
think we
rest
do
behind
that.
us. They rest here. On my ping. There where we killed Ash. They
Good
rest here.
talk.
That's pretty good.
Here we go, choke.
That's one of my favorite weapons in the game, actually, when I think about it.
He's trying to shoot me through the wall. What the fuck is wrong with him?
Yeah, I don't really know.
Polar, by the way, good luck. That's the only thing I
Wow.
got for you. Good luck solo king through that shit.
Nice. Okay.
Alright. Not a single helpman left
Not
in my
looted over
inventory.
here. On you, on you.
Ah, getting ratted on right here. That was really cool. Organic gameplay, juicer.
70 purple on Bloodhound.
They tried another one.
70 purple on Pathfinder.
They're getting shot back right now.
Yeah, I mean he's in my face. Right? Just heal if you can. The other team's gonna clean up for you. Organic.
Yeah. That was just super fun and interactive.
Super
Okay.
organic. Well, I have still not been finished off. That's what she said.
I don't have any no health meds. So I need to wait a little bit.
Not getting it.
What am I witnessing here?
Mandy, if those guys were me, you wouldn't have missed.
That's true.
Yeah, but close to you, I think. I hear footstep. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think you're wrong.
I'm wrong.
That's
I thought I
okay.
heard footstep, but I guess.
I feel like I heard something behind me too.
I feel like I still hear someone swapping weapons, but.
Oh,
that slide.
dude.
That was a juicer slide.
That was an unlucky slide right there.
It's like, I'm gonna get the banner. Lose all momentum.
Oh, there's a box right there. Alright.
Yo, I heard it again. And someone's flying. Yeah, there's 100% someone in that building. I heard it this time. And I know I heard it.
Yep.
It's a fucking head. They want to kill me, dude. Dude, what?
Bro, I
Why is
knew I heard it.
Quad and those guys playing like that? What? They just land at the edge of the map. There's a fucking killer solo. There's no shot, dude. Holy shit, man.
No, these guys didn't land there.
They were in the building.
Hmm.
They just flew in with Valk and landed behind me. That's crazy.
No.
They
The
didn't land
Valk
behind
team
you,
flew
no.
in front of you.
Damn.
That was what they did was even worse. They were camping in a building. Behind you.
Can I watch that? Cause I 100% heard it.
Which one? I don't think they're camping in my building.
No,
They
I
came
heard
late.
it multiple times.
They came later.
How did they?
Mm-mm.
You sure they came later?
Not sure who's smoking dick here, but someone's smoking it. I have no idea what the caption is. It's wrong.
No, they were not camping there. They ran there because of you.
Hmm.
put my plate away real quick.
Oh.
Dude, every time I go to the living room, our youngest dog grabs someone's slipper and starts running at me with the slipper in her mouth. PTSD. VVSD. Cosmic Team 3 months.
Cosmic Gardening just resubscribed for 3 months.
I'm the greatest. I have 3 dogs, Zero. That's cute. Yeah, unless you're the person that loses a slipper. We have 9 dogs? Bro. What the fuck do you have 9? It's all the fucking dogs you got over there. Adopt a cat in the future. Used to have a lot of cats, but they all died. But I do want a like a house cat, like a carpet cat. What's up, motivated?
Where's your favorite place to land this game, Taxi?
Tilted Towers.
Ah, dude.
Dude.
A Fortnite Andy, just like me.
Fork knife, fork knife.
Fucking jammer.
I used to have 12 cats, chat, at one point. We had 12 cats.
What about Fortnite Battle Pass? That's a good song. Fortnite Battle Pass. I just shit out my ass. That's a fucking jammer. You guys heard that before?
No.
Pretty good.
Did someone land here?
No. They land next to us though.
Elysium?
Elysium, yeah. The big one. The round one.
The round one.
I got 301 PK. See if you can find an alt cell we can sip up top. Fast.
I have Mozam, no, Mastiff and RE, so that's fun.
I'm dropping a Mastiff hop-up on the crafter.
Nice.
I'm pork jumping.
I dropped a penis.
Love penis so much.
Also made 5 bats, 4 bats.
Oh,
Ah.
dude, there's three armors down here. 3 blue armors on top of each other.
Yeah, I can't make it to those.
4 blue armors under here. 4 blue right here.
Yeah, I'm going under it. Or I'm going.
Who the fuck shooting at us?
Someone's walking up on me here.
Purple armor on Gibby. Is this team from Elysium or is this a new team
Yes,
from
yes,
Red?
yes, they are. They're split.
Gibby's crossing to Manda and I hit him like 60 purple Manda.
One's above,
Wait,
I think.
I got a, dude, no regular armor swap. Dude, he's one shot this guy.
Nah, he swapped you, so he's not anymore. Gibby's almost cracked.
Batting.
Yeah, batting as well.
They're so bad. You guys got this shit easy clap.
Is it again? Same thing?
One of the guys, Jim Burton thinks he's cheating, Gibby.
30 purple, Gibby.
I'm getting shot from behind.
Yeah, we
I'm
got
getting
started.
shot from behind. Why?
Ah, you're just chasing me. Okay. All right. Yep.
The Gibby on the other team, Jim Burton thinks he's cheating, or it's like a certain he's cheating.
Oh. That third party was sick.
Dude, I shot one time. I got a no reg on an armor swap. The armor disappeared and reappeared. Why is that a thing, dude?
Feel like I'm an old boy. Epoch, 13 months. Welcome back, brother.
Epoch _
Thank
user
you,
just
thank you.
resubscribed
Welcome
for
back.
13 months.
For 13 months. Alright, let me go get some water, chat.
This guy is master.
Who? How did they even, dude? Where did those guys land to third party?
I'm confusion.
Dude, why is there something called DMCA, man?
I don't know.
Why
Dog
is there something called DMCA? It's so dumb. If you are an artist, right, and you made music, wouldn't you want other people to listen to it and show other people the music you made?
No. I hide it behind a paywall so no one ever listened to my dog shit.
Oh yeah, of course.
What is
And if people liked and shared my music, I would just ban them.
From live?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
We're having
I
interesting
made that.
conversations. Sup, Quiver?
I made that and put it online, and it's only allowed for me and people who pay for it.
Preach. Okay, I'm live. This fucking ranked sucks, man. This game's ranked sucks. It's the queues, man. It's the queues that get me, dude. It's the queues. It's the queues that suck, chat. I wish I was a just chatting streamer that comes here and talks to you guys for like fucking hours and then we play a game every now and then. That would be way better. I also want to play Elden Ring, but I want to save it for when I have my live 2D because it's gonna be better when I have my live 2D, which is not that far away, chat. It's looking like 30th of April. Hey Burgundy. 30th of April or 7th of May. Those are the two dates that we're looking at right now. Those are the 2 dates we're looking at. Celestial. Both of my test dates. Really, Avia? I mean, they're Saturdays. What the fuck? You have tests on Saturdays? What the fuck? How long are your tests? Until when? Tests on Saturdays and Sundays. What the fuck? I've never had a test on a weekend. What time is it again? It's gonna be 11 in the morning JST.
I'm gonna put you onto something right now, Taxi.
You have classes on Saturdays? We are free. Are we?
We're gonna go out with Juicy Loot in this game.
Right.
The server's busting, by the way.
It's so good.
Are you guys lagging?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, I was unmuted that whole time talking to chat. Nice.
Who did?
So nice of you to let me know.
Who is he talking to? Oh my god, dude.
Hey,
No,
Taxi?
wait, did you guys not hear me talk to chat the whole time, or?
You haven't said anything. Nope.
Oh, okay. What the fuck?
I haven't heard
guess
you
my
talk
own
at all.
button doesn't work. What if I put the mute button on one button and unmute on the other? That way I just spam one button instead of having it on one and I toggle. Bro,
I'm
that
not a
would be
big,
so smart.
I'm a push to mute type of dude, you know?
Yeah, you're weird.
Yeah. You're all weird for that.
Why?
You're just weird. I don't know.
Yeah, dude, there's some fucking push to talk motherfuckers out there. They're way worse than me.
You're a push to mute, man. Like,
No, what? People are push to talk on stream. They push a button to talk to stream.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with that. They just want practice.
There's nothing wrong with that. Dude, fat hoe. That's what you are.
They want
There's nothing
privacy.
weird.
Maybe someone walks in the room and starts screaming, so they don't want to fucking, you know.
And you just slap that bitch and get out, dude. You know?
Yeah, but what if you live in, like, I don't know, with
Mandy-
your parents and
Mandy
your
can't
parents
do
are
that.
abusive?
In game. See? I
Mandy.
saved it. Don't worry about it.
Mandy.
Why do you say that?
You slap your girlfriend
No.
when she
It's the other way
screams?
around, dude.
There's people on me. Why am I getting ratted wherever I go? Is this real life? He's literally grappling on me.
I'm grappling to loot. I'm so far away from you guys. If you go in, you die.
They're not going in, but they are.
I can sort of come behind them.
Yeah, come.
Oh, that's really good.
How does that work?
So where are they?
Like right in front of us on the ramp?
They're like,
Right in
I
front
see
of
them.
us?
on the
Yeah,
right.
yeah, I'm literally behind them. Wait, they're fighting someone else now.
Nice. we-
Why are they aping me? Like, third eye? Forces CD?
541 blue, and that's all I did. 41 blue.
that's better than 0 blue.
I guess, yeah.
I guess it's just
60 on
a little
that guy?
obvious
Still doing 0 on
that
him.
I was coming around.
I guess you said
need
it
to
live
be-
on stream, so.
I need to be less predictable in the way I play the game.
That is
No,
true.
I think you just shouldn't say it out loud when you're doing a flank.
They're gonna take the zip line.
Yeah, yes. 45
Guys,
purple
I'm
on him.
flanking. I'm flanking.
11. 30.
I'm shooting at pixels. I don't even see what I'm shooting at.
Purple light mag on the butt. The box.
I needed that. That was good. Good comms.
They're low bang up here. No rats in the building.
Good.
One
Glad you-
team in here.
One's knocking.
The
Yeah.
Bloodhound is the roller player. I know.
Yeah, just be careful. There's the other team pushing them in the back right now.
And I'm pushing him in the
Top
front.
themselves.
One's knocking inside.
Top.
Second roof. I hit one inside.
Knocked one inside and one's cracked. I'm gonna bat. Pathfinder inside, man, that he's cracked. Nice. So one team dead.
I died.
I cracked the fucking Bloodhound and the fucking raid.
40 flash.
40 fucking raid. Knocked the Loba. Ron's coming. Left.
My ult.
9 on him. 9. It's pushable. 9.
40.
Right side. Right side. Where's the third party? Where's?
Dude, I didn't even see that guy before he was fucking on you, Mr. Big T.
Tears in my eyes from this. Actually.
We cannot hear you. Where are you talking from?
What mic you on?
Hello?
Hello? Oh my fucking god.
Hello?
Also, you're sitting inside of the frame or something. Yeah.
Yeah, you sounded like you were in the bathroom, dude. Before that, but now you're good.
I fixed it. Don't worry about it.
Now you're back
That's
there.
it, Mike Andy.
How to fix headset mic? Put in your ass. Ooh,
Oh,
flatline.
nice, man. Hey.
4 batteries?
I pay less for food.
You pay less for food?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, but you die earlier.
What?
You die earlier.
Shut the fuck up!
Food is ass. You can craft it.
Nordic Samurai thing we're giving tier 1, appreciate you.
Real? You can't craft it. What are you talking about?
Why your mic ass again?
How is it ass?
Now it's good.
Hello?
Now it's good.
Can you stop? It's so fucking loud.
Can you stop it? There's 2 batteries here. Can someone took it?
I don't need it.
Right. Manda, do you need battery?
I have 3.
Well, there's 2 in there, but I can't take them out because I already used 2 juicers on the
I'll
wall.
take it. Nice.
I can give you 4 cells for that juice. Equal exchange. I think. Can I have those 2 bats, Mandy?
I dropped 4.
No, I'm talking to Mandy, not to you, Taxi.
Yeah, I dropped 4 up there.
Yeah, but we took at the Lobo,
Oh, 5 hit.
but he was in his inventory. Oh, we're paying forward gifts. How wholesome. Nice job.
I'm not muted.
But you were not talking to us either, so.
I can't.
I mean, you were not muted, but we didn't hear anything you said, so.
Who asked?
Okay. Fuck you.
A little bit of a miscommunication going on here, and I'm not appreciating it.
Money, Yannick.
I thought I was gonna die. I saw a full team over there before.
Why so toxic?
I'm already typing out of Twit longer, dude. Cancel taxi again.
Again.
2.0, dude.
3.0.
3.0? Alright, yeah,
Yeah.
there was one before, I remember.
It would actually be the 4th time. I got cancelled for movement. What else? Sexism. August.
Sexism, Paul.
And what else?
How fighting up the hill
Just
here?
being toxic.
Toxicism.
Wait. Where are they?
We're like the Tyler 1 of Apex.
C1, dude. Follow me.
Big
You
brother.
can't. You literally cannot even see me, you little fucking pussy. You little fucking. You just fucked me. You literally just fucked
Wait.
me.
I did, yeah. I actually just killed you.
Did you just kill him?
Yeah, I did. 100%. I rammed him, so he got teleported back and got hit.
Pretty good.
Yeah, sick.
I would actually just be fucking mad as fuck. Oh, they are Bloodhound ulted. It just wore off.
You just accepted my
What's the
fate.
guy over?
Now I'm canceling you for sure.
Same.
Oh, dude.
Reaching.
Fucking, Movement girl is one.
Oh.
Movement girl, Horizon. Dude, that's
Knock
got
one.
you. Oh man, just
I
got double
double.
sex on him. Double sex on him.
46.
Team,
someone.
new team. Holy shit.
Holy shit though. Go my banner right now.
Oh, another team.
Go balloon to my banner right now. You owe me that.
Yeah, I just
I'll
died.
do it. I'll do it. Oh, you're fine.
Dude, Ganyu's running a fucking devotion and triple take. What is that combo?
Can we even get him?
Yeah, if you go loot, you can.
Oh my god, yeah. After a penis.
Out.
Ah, if
Yeah,
you go
it's
penis,
just
it's over.
yeah.
Yeah, there's no shot I'm taking balloon.
I'm sorry, okay.
That's fine, I'll be running a bit longer.
Yeah.
Taxi
Nah,
grief.
but actually, I'm
See on Twitter, dude.
Ranked.
I didn't mean to
Taxi.
do that. I meant to block you when you came out of your queue.
I was
Like
in my
block
queue when you
shots.
blocked me, by the way. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I know, but that's not what I meant.
like I understand how that. I should be able to just run through the shit.
Where are they?
In the building below, where
In
you killed
building.
Ganryu.
They have Seer.
You know what ser means in Croatian? Cheese.
Got one.
Ow.
Walk hit them.
He gave him the dickage on the side. He did the flank, but he didn't say that loud. In the left corner, remember? Oh no.
Wait, no rig! Dude, no, dude.
Oh
Fucking move.
no. Like some hoe.
I'm coming. I'll block out. Oh, yeah, nice, nice.
That fucking auto climb of the box almost fucked your entire game.
I don't know how I even climbed on it.
I think the box pushed you when you were holding W.
So bad. How do I no break him?
I'm not.
I'm not. Well, good thing is I had 4 KP, so we're chill. I'm smoothing it.
Good thing is I'm picking off the fucking devotion, dude. With turbo
You guys are double devotioning.
with 2-timer. What's best, 2 or 3-timer? What should I pick, guys?
I just watched the clip of you fucking me. That was the biggest cock block of 2022. Dude. All I said was, you just fucked me, and I was like,
Wait, fuck, I don't have shotgun ammos.
I mean,
Too
there's
far
like
away.
8 fucking bodies there. You could probably find some. Taxi's muted.
Don't worry about it. I can see this when I see this.
Yeah, I was talking to chat because they said I'm not talking to chat.
Why would you talk to them?
Blah, blah, blah.
Honestly, I just muted and didn't talk to them.
Push to it.
I just said I'm not ignoring chat while ignoring chat.
I'm not ignoring
Alright,
chat,
where are we
but I'm just
landing?
not talking to them.
I don't know.
Land here. We take the drop and get a crab bird. Okay?
Little crabber.
Let me slide off that.
Look at them up top. Look
Oh,
at them
wicked.
on the fence line up top. They're going to the big building.
Golden
I
helmet.
already have one.
You guys
Same.
should run.
You want one, Arbra?
Yeah. Haha. Drop it on my box. The taxi just did so much damage in the Valkyrie up there. You should kill him.
You ult him?
Basically one shot. With the Kraber.
Wait.
Oh, he's generating devotion,
Dude,
dude.
I won't kill one guy almost. Holy shit, dude.
Walt on me. I fucking left.
There's a duo alive with you guys. No? No, it's not.
It's forward 8, so it's
Two
duo on
solos. Two solos. It's 5 with 10, man. I mean, oh yeah. So 2 solos, a duo, and 2 full teams. By mathematical
We're the
equation.
duo.
So
Oh,
you got
blue armor.
2 rats to kill in
Yikes,
your top
dude.
3.
Dude, they have blue armor out there. That is the most pushable thing I've seen in my entire career.
2 blue armor against 2 devotions, you guys practically won.
I think you're overestimating my hip fire.
My bad. No way you're gonna do this.
2 blue armor.
2 blue.
Oh, dude, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna ult them, I'm gonna
up,
force them
Ramon?
inside, I'm gonna stand on the edge, and I'm gonna fucking roll them, alright?
He just walked into that.
134 Valkyrie.
134. I'm gonna take ultimate height. I can still grab him one.
Man, just had sex with the raid. Inside, check it out. They're all inside, man. Dude. Heal. There's another team.
That guy's name is Fortnite football. Yeah, no.
I just called Taxi Tashin, my bad.
That happens. Tashi.
I think I'm good, Ramon, are you?
I don't hear footsteps.
Sorry, I'm next house.
You?
Okay, so now there's 3 solos in the game. And a full team.
I like that.
Fortnite Battle Pass. I just shit on my ass. Booted up the PC. Cause I need me. Fortnite Battle Pass. Dude. Holy shit, what a jammer.
I don't think there's anyone in the Apex scene that I know that has a worse music taste than Mandy.
Dude, what do you mean?
Yeah, he's pretty bad.
That's
I mean, what I
obviously.
said.
That's an obvious.
Wait, you guys
obvious
win by
fucking-
default. They're all stuck below. What? Is that a portal? What is that?
That's
Oh.
Maggie thing.
Oh, Maggie. Yeah, you got him good, man. Yeah, so good. By the way, the solo rate is behind you guys, so someone should watch the back. But I'm pretty sure you guys just won this game on default.
And
Unless
yeah,
they're
unless they
Valkyrie.
ultimate it.
Yeah, but look,
Oh,
look
you
for,
shoot them
look.
with the ultimate is.
Yeah, exacto personum. He's shitting. I'm fine, but can't sleep. What's up?
Holy shit, one
Why
guy
can't
survived.
why can't Ramon sleep?
One guy fell off plus ratio up here.
Only can see his little forehead.
Fucking dude, one kill one.
What is that skin, man? The golden skin?
This one?
Yeah. Is
You
that
like it?
purple?
I see one over here.
They're prime
over there.
They ever did.
I saw the right there.
What are they gonna do?
There's no shot.
They have an Ash, so I guess they're gonna TP.
Where? They're
Are
going
they
other
in?
side.
They're
They're
not.
not gonna make that. They're fucking dead.
They're going for the other ramp. They're gonna ash ult on the other ramp, but
I
no,
got
they
the ult.
can't.
I got the kill on him. Oh no, Ash. She's gonna die to me.
I've hit the Gibby.
I took the kill on your Gibby.
I kind of need that KP, but
That's all good. Man is selfish. Yeah, they're dead.
Oh, what the fuck? You took it back.
Another one. Yeah, man, just give it. Yeah.
Well, he got it. He got it.
Oh, you got it. Okay. Okay, this is solo, right? Has to be.
Oh,
yeah,
dude,
full red.
that's crazy.
Oh, he's setting all of it. Yeah, fire, Andy. Oh, he didn't even touch him. He didn't even touch him. He's full
He's
HP.
full HP, red armor.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Ultraviolet armor.
Grenade!
Granata, granata! Granata! Oh no, dude. It's just not okay, dude.
No, no.
Ah, you're KD!
Nice kitty.
That is just not okay, bro.
That's
up,
a
Gabby?
bunch, man.
That is just not okay. Poor little Wraith. No, at least I had 4 KP before Taxi ended my life.
Yeah, not a bad game.
That was a
Little bit
pretty
of
epic Poggers game right there.
Get something out of it.
Whoa, victory royale.
Number 1, Victory Royale.
No one
Fortnite.
victory right now. Yeah, Fortnite, we're about to get down. Get down. 10 kills on the board right now. Just touchdown Tomato Town. Holy shit, dude, my music taste is crazy.
Taxi molding in the
I
background.
can't hear your negativity.
Did you lose Pred Banda? You did. Little noob lost Predator, dude. Ten people just died in Potatoes Town. Isn't it Tomato Town? Not Potato Town? What is Potato Town? Fortnite! We're about to get down. Number 1, Victory Royale. Get me on the cranking 90s, baby. Get me on the 90 cracking. How are a new map in Vampire Souls? I haven't. What's that playing right now? It's my background music from Uta Live, my BGM. Is man the starfish? Yeah. Vicky Bye, thank you for 4 months. Welcome back.
Vikibarja just resubscribed for
Vikibarja.
4 months.
Firma? Nej.
Ba-da-da. Man, this Patrick, yeah. How'd you know, man?
Ah.
Is he maidenless? Ah, he's got a maiden. No Oshi? You got no Oshi? You Oshless? Chad, you Oshless? Not me though. Could never. I could never did. How many Oshis you want of them? When I debut, chat, you are legally only allowed to have me as your Oshi, and you need to put my Oshi marks in your Twitter, or we will have a fight. Alright. But I'm allowed to have Toa as my Oshi. What's my Oshi mark? It's a skull and a sword. Cause Shinigami with a katana. What's an Oshi? Oshi is like a Japanese term for like your favorite like streamer, I guess. It's kind of like just like your favorite, like usually used in idol culture.
Yo, 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 look.
Yo 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 yo.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
So, Taxi, what's the most NA thing you've done since you moved?
Not that school far, no, it's the big one.
I don't know,
Solo
other than
school.
ordering McDonald's a lot. I don't know.
Damn, you haven't done anything crazy like NA? Damn.
I got married in Vegas. That's pretty American.
Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, that's actually pretty American. But it's because you guys live there, so yeah, I guess you know.
Yeah. It wasn't
Which
like a
other channel's
drive-through
live now? It's not?
wedding, but
It's gonna be live.
Drive-through wedding,
an hour or
dude.
something.
yes, you can do that.
Yeah, I know, I've seen it.
It's a literal drive-in.
Yeah, dude.
I know.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah, I know. You haven't seen that, Akbar? There's straight up drive-ins where you just get married.
Boy, just like, yo, can we get married? And how long does it last? Like, real quick.
Dude, you can get married like there's like the thing where you get the legal documents, and
Yeah.
right across the street you can get married for $50 total.
Hey.
It's
That's
like a chapel, I think, or a church,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and also a tuxedo renting place.
Dude, what? You just go
50
there,
bucks.
get a fucking tux or whatever, take a few pictures, and then you just gone. Just get man. Holy fuck, dude. That is cringe.
You get in and you get out.
That is cringe, dude.
Fuck, it's way too
Holy
easy to get
shit.
married over there. Well,
Holy fuck, dude.
you can't get married if you're maidenless, so. If you're maidenless, you can't
honestly-
get married. I'm maidenless.
Yeah, I finished Elden Ring yesterday.
Wow. Go ahead and spoil it for
I
everyone.
got the good ending. No maidens.
So wait, bad ending is when you get maidens?
Yeah.
Or you do it with maidens, no? Is that bad ending? This was looted.
Yeah, there's a guy right here. I ping at him.
Over here. They tethering towards us or what?
Yeah, I think he saw me. My harm shield.
I dropped a blue one.
They're gone.
They left. Bait us.
Oh, they're picking up the
Wait,
team.
this one. Zip line.
They bubbled it. They
Watch out.
they're actually in Narnia and they're bubbling it.
Bubbling?
I'm bubbling the card.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did you just do an accent?
Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I'm cancelled, aren't I? Fuck.
Damn, you guys can write Twitlongers about each other.
Wait, but I have a tweet longer on
fucking
you,
hate it
and
here.
you have a tweet longer on me, so therefore we're now
You guys out-cancel
equal.
each other.
And now
Yeah, so we
we're-
just...
it's
we
truce.
exposed- no, it's not truce. We exposed each other for content and drama
who wins?
that no one
That's
asked for.
That's pretty true.
It's not about winning. It's about giving the people what they want.
Right.
Are you not entertained?
Exactly. Exactly.
Man, all the things you get out of it is crazy. Fame,
Hey.
fortune.
Any exposure is
Maidens.
good exposure. Copium.
Holy fuck, dude. Dårlig omtale er bedre end ingen omtale.
What?
Det,
You just cast the spell?
It's a cursed.
it's a say. Bad, I don't know, what is that? Bad reputation is better than no reputation, I guess.
What? No, I already said it.
What did you say? I don't remember. Oh, the black bow!
My teammate is fucking
Dude, I've never tried the black bow before. I've only tried the
Huh?
white one.
god. My teammate's just the best, dude.
I'm so lost.
So I picked up the black bow.
Got cancelled for that one, dude.
Fucking screen, dude.
Is that the one? Did you pick up my skin?
Yeah.
Cancel for that.
The
as well.
the night one.
Yeah, that's the best
I
one.
need a 2-timer or a 3-time?
I
Bro,
get
Mandy,
turbo.
someone tried to cancel me for saying that my pizza delivery guy or whatever, my pizza place, said M word, and then he said, yeah, but Texas says the N word, and then posted the clip.
M word? What the fuck is the M word?
M word. I was like being family friendly and saying, you know, moron, but you know.
Oh no, you said
that-
moron? I think we need to end your career.
No,
right?
no, I did not say moron. I said M word, and he fucking thought I said N word.
Dude, that sounds pretty bad too.
He's just also type- yeah, but I didn't. Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
I can see how it sounds bad, but to literally like go around the, it's like a burner account, so he just like posted it under all pro players, like hockeys and shit. So weird, man.
People don't have anything better
He's
to do
always
in life.
trying, man. People don't have anything better to do than try to cancel people who are more successful than them, which is everyone, because they don't do anything with their fucking lives because they're fucking miserable.
You
I haven't anyone try to cancel me.
Okay, Mandy.
That's true.
Is that
I
a
haven't
challenge
tried
or?
that. Not yet, dude. I guess I'm too PG, man.
Yeah. No, you're
I
just
think-
built typically.
But I do think
I-
cancel culture is dying and people are getting over it.
Huh? Did you not just see what happened to artesian builds?
Oh well, okay.
Oh yeah, but like,
My
that's
mistake.
obviously that's not just cancel culture. That's them being fucking idiots, dude.
No. It's honestly, it has nothing to do with cancel culture. It's that they did something illegal. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just like I feel like they would get fucked either way. Cancel culture.
Oh, next to me, they're ratting.
Oh no, they
Fat
looked at
bitch.
me. Fat
Oh
bitch.
yeah,
fat hoe.
165.
165, 66. He's got 9 health.
One shot.
Granata, granata!
You're grenading.
Oh!
Ah.
Give him purple. I hit like 60.
That guy's fucking insane. Those guys are ass. Straight ass.
Oh, I knocked one.
Nice. Big, big, big.
I'm healing though. I'm one.
We need to bubble the cone now.
Yeah,
I got the Gibby. The Gibby is the one I know.
Bubble.
Oh, you already got him up. Fuck.
Yeah.
They're dropping on you. Are they not?
They
That's his
can.
headshot.
Nah.
They're not, okay. What the fuck, guys? Is that a third party?
I just. Oh, I knocked one.
I'm going.
Dude, I'm going to.
Who's gonna build this dice?
There,
This
there.
dice? I can't even speak.
50 flash. Oh, on the roof. I
On
have
the
to
roof,
drop,
roof,
I have
roof.
to drop. I'm coming back up.
Ah, 44. 59.
Last guy. Last guy.
Kill it. Oh, 45.
New team.
There's no way I can shot in the back. Dude, he's one. He's right here. Please, please, please.
I'm
Trying to
trying.
hold the other team up.
Nice.
Oh, he gave us a bubble too on this guy.
I'm crouching. Dude, I can't believe I got fucking headshot by a bow. Where were they?
Down the hill, like at the helipad.
No way he hit that. So much better, dude.
Yeah, down there. Boosted load. Oh no. Kringe.
Finger?
I dropped my PK for a boosted load.
Wait, didn't I have a purple armor somewhere? Oh yeah.
Yeah, probably. Two time or three time anywhere?
I'm using mine, sorry. You can't
Where's
have it.
where's the other guy? The first one.
There's a one timer here.
Oh no.
Lock! I'm back.
Where's the first guy we killed?
Don't know.
There's one here, and the one inside. Here, here, and here. They're all here.
They're all here, man. Yeah, they're all here.
Bing jilling.
Yeah, there's no two times, dude. Fuck,
Why
that
is that
should've
so
worked.
loud? Like,
Oh, when I punch you with my hammer?
yeah, it's so
My
loud.
club, I
That
mean.
is not a hammer.
Yeah, it's a
It
hammer.
is a hammer.
He's pounding me.
Interesting. I do have to say, it's a fucking
Oh my god,
battle axe,
juicer.
but it's all good.
Don't look back, don't hesitate when you go
Fuck.
big time.
I want turbo.
Hey.
Fighting, fighting.
Fighting, fighting. Let's go, baby. 6 squads, I have 2 KP, not even 200 damage. I'm feeling on top
Yeah, I
of
have
the world.
one. I have 1 KP with 522.
You did all of it, I just stole. So how I like to live my life. Stealing KP.
Close path.
Yeah, it's right above your fucking forehead. 41 per dead.
Nice, good shots.
Yes, self-res. They're bottling him, I think.
100 on one. He took the port.
Oh, they took the port. No audio. I took it too.
He's gonna die to storm.
Are you guys not taking it?
I'm
Fuck it, I'm going now.
Okay. I guess not.
here, I'm here.
Shit on one. They have self-reses. Out the wazoo.
Well, the path is not dead yet.
Oh, I found him. Hello? They're both
I'd
here
go
on me.
back to the port.
Oh, okay. Coming.
To the portal. Oh, he had everything. Gold bag, gold everything.
Gold mom.
Nah, I'm not a golden mom.
Fuck
I'm the only one with a golden mom.
them.
Toxic.
True. What did your parents think about you moving though? Did they miss you?
My parents?
Yeah.
My mom was here for my wedding, but I don't talk to my dad, so I don't know.
Damn.
My mom misses me for sure.
And sister?
Yeah, my sister lives in the UK.
Oh yeah, I forgot. None of your kids live close.
The taxi also has a golden mom.
A golden mom?
Golden mom.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, it's the highest tier.
A golden monk. No, I think diamond is high tier. Diamond is S tier. Strongest thing in the world, right? Strongest material in the world.
Is it the strongest material in the world?
One of the strongest. For sure. I know a lot of diamond drills are used to like drill like shit, like some kind of a like really hard material
It's
that you
the
can cut.
hardest.
The hardest. Ah, yeah, the hardest material.
Bedrock is hardest.
Bedrock.
Obsidian
yeah,
is
I know-
definitely
you know-
not stronger.
You never
I've
played
tried to mine
Minecraft?
bedrock in Minecraft. It's impossible, dude.
Yeah, you never played Minecraft?
Your
dude?
crosshair goes away when you sit here and you look through this. Wait, what?
What?
The plant cancels out the crosshair. Wait, let me find it again. My crosshair's gone. Dude, I thought about what if I made my own crosshair on my monitor?
What's that mean, man? Yeah, that's called cheating.
Yeah, I did
Why?
that for a while. It's pretty good.
That isn't crazy?
It's pretty good, yeah.
God, what if I just played with aimbot, dude?
Oh, yeah, you can do that.
What if I did?
You can't do that, Taxi.
I can
Nah,
do it.
I would literally be unstoppable.
I'll
But-
just
Best
say
movement, best aim.
I think
just say-
anyone else in this game can
Best
aim,
brain.
but and like yeah, you get banned, but like you're back next day anyway. So
Yeah, that's true.
yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's true. There's a solo somewhere.
where are you, Solo? Han Solo, where are you?
He's dead. They founded him.
He doided. They doided his ass, dude.
Yeah, these games are just straight up busting.
Oh,
Bustingly terrible. Battery.
hmm. They have to be in front of us, right? There's no way they're behind us.
Do you not hear them shoot on the other side here?
No, but like maybe they're shooting boxes.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
No, they shot one guy and killed him. They're not shooting anymore.
Yeah.
They shot after they killed him a little bit, but yeah. Here in the middle.
Keep it on me. 83 headshot Ash. 51.
I have osteoporosis in my hand.
I would like to know what TP on me means, because I don't think
guy.
I understand that con. I'm getting third party from here, bro. Like,
They're fucking dying.
Wait, they're getting shit on in the back.
Wait, there's no way.
I'm whipping.
That guy's cheating. The Bloodhound is cheating. He's speed hacks. Yeah, obviously.
Bottom
Range.
flush.
Do you have a grenade? I can airstrike them.
This.
That's a grenade.
Oh.
That's a big air grenade.
Man, this thing
I didn't hit a single time. What?
fucking thing kicks hard. They're still here.
They're right here. I can't ping. I'm pinging the tree apparently. 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds.
2 seconds. Damn, that guy with the bow is crazy, dude. It's like Mandate 2.0. Okay. Well, I mean, I kind of stood still for that one.
Wait.
You think this is funny or what?
I healed out of Phoenix. It's all good. This place is crazy, dude. So much.
That team on the left is just there, man.
We're just there.
Yeah.
90 purple, 120 on this guy.
This guy's only shooting me. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's why I'm losing health.
Wait, how? What?
I use my bubbles.
How did he hit?
I think he's cheating. Take the part.
Can I though?
Yeah. Oh. This guy just saw it.
How did I get hit? I was.
They pushed me, man. Blood on my wall.
Only one guy.
Did he pull back? Do you have a Moby by any chance? We kinda need one.
That's
I'm
there.
so fucked up.
Oh, there's no Moby. Unfortunately. I accidentally jumped from doing Lulu. I don't understand. Every time I aim left, he goes right. I can't. I don't know. He's the best, and I'm the worst. They're gonna push me.
This teaming is fucking poggers.
You're good.
My corner is the best.
That guy just walks off the green. I love it. Man,
Dude, none of them shooting each other. This guy's standing straight up right here.
I can't hit this guy. His strafe is so weird. Oh god, bro.
are they gonna fight each other? Or?
No, they're just gonna finish us first, you know.
Hey, well, that's a nice third person's perspective.
There's no way. Yeah, guys shoot each other. Holy shit.
You don't need to do that.
They're not shooting each other at all. Look at them.
Look what they're doing, man. Look what they're doing right now. Look what they're doing.
Holy moly, dude.
These guys are 100% teaming.
Wowzer.
100% they're teaming.
No, they're not. Dude.
What are they, fucking dumb? Like, what is this?
I hope both the teams lose and get fourth. Holy shit.
Dude, I wanna watch this real quick. I just wanna see the fiasco.
I thoroughly enjoyed that. That teaming was awesome.
Look at them! Oh my god. These guys are bred somehow. I'm done watching them. I'm done watching them. Sex with them. Tango, thank you for the raid. I got pee-pee. Thank you for the raid, Tango. Alright, chat, be right back. Toilet.
Top 750 in the game. Fuck. I wanna gouge my eyes out with a fucking spoon.
Nice, dude. I think there's a curse playing with you, Taxi. I'm pretty sure there's a curse playing with you.
Shut up, we got insecure. I'm taking a piss on your fucking
I'm
forehead.
not talking about insecure. I'm talking about the people that come in my chat, dude.
Back in time. Thank you for the host. Appreciate you. Brrr, coldness. 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 Coldness.
I just can't believe that was a real fight.
I can't believe the person that came into my chat after. There's no way. There's a curse playing with you. Straight
The
up.
guy came in your chat after?
Someone came in and said, I don't believe how you have 10k viewers. First of all, he's dyslexic but with numbers, dude. You're all, dude. I say what he says. What is those plays?
What is those plays, dude?
What male palm face skin tone 5? Male sign.
Skin tone 5.
Dude, who
Skin
uses
tone
emoji?
5.
It was skin tone 5. Who uses fucking emojis, dude?
Dude, this server is really good.
Yeah, this is the best server we ever had. I think.
Dude, he's probably one of those people that are hard stock. They're not diamond, dude. Hard stock platinum 4, dude.
Oh, but they are.
He's like, dude, it's my team, dude. It's my team. It's like
Definitely
a 2.1 KD, dude.
Any tips for getting out of diamond in solo queue?
Question mark? Yeah, I literally just tell those people don't play. Play with friends.
I told you to quit.
Yeah, don't play. Play with friends, dude. I like, there's no, there's nothing better. It's just play with your friends.
Wait, there's a gold mag. I was looking.
The gold light mag and a gold havoc.
I'm hitting the havoc. I dropped here.
What is the
Mandy, it's for
secret to solo queuing in masters, dude?
The secret is don't.
Dude, it's
I
just
need
not even worth
energy
it.
ammo.
Just make a new account and get diamond again.
Wait, Mandy, are you promoting smurfing? Which is a bannable offense?
It's not a smurf. It is a alternate main account.
Alternate main account, yeah.
Yeah.
That's allowed. Alternate main accounts are allowed. Smurfs are not. We would never smurf.
Fuck.
No.
Never.
Get shit on.
Dude. Every split we have more and more masters, bro. At one point the entire game is gonna be master players. We're gonna have like 99% players there. I'm dead. I just died.
That's
Hey, that's pretty good.
Nice.
You popped hound.
I cracked the hound. Purple.
I'm gonna play the
I have
Headless
no
here.
ammo.
Cool, dude. Cool.
Wait, they're hard aping me.
41, 45, 41.
41. Well, you
I'm crazy. I'm playing this Headless. I'm gonna fuck. 45 again. Flash. Dude, it did it.
Dude, it looks like it's entering his head.
Shh, shh. No.
You know?
Yeah, but he's gonna armor swap me, blue. I only hit him 99. It's the same people. Just, you know, just.
Funky. Oh! His mom's fat. No way, Mandy! We choke on the last bullet.
I fought that guy.
You were going crazy, though. You were going crazy.
Mandy, how do you choke that? You were doing so good.
What do you mean?
That could have been a Twitter
You were
clip.
doing so fucking
Dude,
good.
I missed 2 bullets, dude.
Well, you missed a PK shot. That would have sealed the deal, as they say.
Yeah, both you guys died. Shut up.
Yeah, I died crafting. What do you want from me? 3 devotions shooting my ass while I'm on the crafter. What can I do? I literally didn't have time. I blinked and I died. They drilled me a new asshole with a devotion.
Man.
Motherfuckers walked up. Ass fucked me with a devotion. No audio. Just.
I think it was a rampage. Charges up though.
Nope,
I
I
heard
died
that.
to devotion. Maybe it was both, but a devotion killed me.
I think it was both then.
Yeah, you can imagine how much time I had to get off the crafter. So much.
Dude, why didn't you just shoot them? I don't understand.
Why did you just kill them, dude?
What? Shoot them.
Yeah, dude. Why don't you just kill them, dude? Dude, every time I go in your time, you fucking die, dude. Why don't you shoot back, dude?
I would have shot them if I was you, but it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, next time I'm gonna hold a gun with my ass cheeks and shoot out my ass. Boom. Ba-da-da. Ra-ra-ra. Da-ra-ra-ra. Dum, dum, dum. I can't believe Mousy is still going. 30 fucking days of uncapped subathon. Sheeshers. Can you stream for 30 days? I mean, if the subathon will go that long, I would fucking do it. If the subathon goes that long, yeah, I'll stream it.
This guy just posted a 2.5-year-old screenshot of Mendo saying aim assist to stir up some drama. About
Damn.
MK versus aim assist.
He got him
Like,
good.
You gotta be down bad. You gotta be down bad.
On Twitter or what?
Yeah. Bro, what is your life?
Hey, Bulin,
Oh, I just saw it.
But
The fucking... If all console players switch to PC to play Apex, given about a month's time to adjust to different control inputs, console players would decimate the current PC community.
2019 in the December.
Dude. I don't even know why I saw that shit even a debate, dude. Who the fuck cares? Twitter is literally just filled with people that are trying to impression farm. It's so cringe, dude.
It is.
It's so bad. You know what I fucking hate? I'm gonna say it right now. I fucking hate when people say, dude, if I get 37 likes, I will stream
I
today.
go live.
Fuck up. Just stream.
7 likes and I go live, dude. Come on.
Press the go live button.
Nah, like saying like the 7 thing, you know, like it's a small number is just troll, you know.
Yeah.
But
I know.
but actually like asking for a you know
400
number
likes, I
that
go
would be
live.
decently hard to yeah.
Oh, 2 team left side, by the way.
1 team front side, dude.
I got a PK.
Got
nine
Elstein
up
going. 1 knockhead.
You guys busting on the
I'm gonna fuck this guy on the cross. On you, Taxi. Cracked him. He's solo. He's solo. Nice. He went off, this guy. Oh.
in the closet.
He's in the fucking closet, dude.
Multiple.
He just fucking made himself. No, he didn't.
Above. Go down, go down, go down, go down, go down.
18.
All dead, I think.
Oh, more. Full team, full of the team.
I need help right now.
Healing. Yeah,
think-
The help is down
Oh,
here,
I'm
man.
good, I'm good. Don't worry about it.
I need cells.
Ah, 4, come.
I'm dropping.
Hey, go on. 55 flash. Knocked.
Okay, we gotta go.
Landing.
Go up.
11. 66.
45.
Knocked.
45.
21.
Where's the other guy you killed?
Right here.
Oh, right here.
Good shit, boys.
We done diddly did it.
I knew it, dude. Fucking rats.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm going height. They came from behind. The small, the area. On me. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I can't do anything right now.
42 blue on
111,
horizon.
111. 111. Please go on that. Fuck the armor swap.
I didn't fucking have anything wrong with it.
Yeah, it's the same fucking rat. I cannot. I got me.
Egoist, funky,
Snipe.
through.
Are we just gonna stream snipe the whole night or what? Fucking losers.
Fucking Jesus Christ!
Fucking
Every
rat.
single game is the same team.
It's crazy how they're in every game, huh? It's almost like they just jumped off the map and stream sniped again. Teaming wasn't enough.
Pro players
I guess.
really find anything to complain about.
Yeah. This is just straight up copium.
Nah, they're just destroying us right now. They're beating us.
Damn.
No. Twitter is so bad right now, especially Apex Twitter. Dude, holy fuck.
Nothing beats Apex subreddits though.
I don't read them.
Nothing beats it.
I-
It
yeah,
has to
I
be the
don't read
most toxic community of any community on like the Twitch.
Right.
It is a cesspool of toxicity, dog shit.
Yeah, I don't read it at all. I stay away from that shit.
Did I haven't opened Reddit maybe in like more than half a year, maybe even more.
Yo, what is it called? Apex Legends subreddit?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
Competitive
Apex
subreddit.
competitive, right?
Yeah.
Apex competitive, I think, yeah. That is insane.
Apex Porn. What is that? Why is that the first one? Apex Legends porn.
Telling you, it's fucking toxicity, bro.
Nah, competitive
Dude.
Reddit, Apex competitive Reddit should 100% be deleted. I don't think it should be a thing.
Why is that a thing? Why is the porn Reddit 3 times as big as the competitive Reddit?
They got more content than us, dude.
Search on the Reddit. Mandy.
Doesn't come out.
Bro, I talked shit about the Batman movie on Twitter, and I got so much hate. So many, dude, so many DCU fans like, bro, this movie was the best ever. And then he says L-Take, like, I just look at it.
Mandy roasting Jack 2 months ago.
Rotten
Dude,
Tomato. Look this. L-Take. Rotten Tomato says it's 85%.
As they spectate, lol. Death boxes are always the one to talk. There's no shot these people are real.
Oh man. They're real people, right?
I think so.
I sometimes just can't imagine them being real.
No, it's just there's no one makes Reddit posts about me. That's actually crazy.
About you?
It's because you're irrelevant.
That is true.
Well, don't you know the only
You're irrelevant.
the
Oh
only
my God.
relevant pros are the ones that live in NA? Don't you know that?
Damn, that's good. That's good. Holy shit, dude. That's why you guys got so many hate watchers.
You just have to do something slightly controversial one time, Mandy.
I mean, dude. People say I'm not fucking. People say I'm not Mark. No, what's it called? What's it called? What's that called? Family friendly?
Family friendly, yeah. PG-16 or whatever.
You're a brand risk.
Brand risk. Yeah, people say I'm brand risk, but apparently not. I'm not a brand risk. Oh my god.
No, you're just crude. That's
Non
just
brand risk.
a lot of it. It's just like a lot of Danes that are like that.
In a natural
Crude.
raw state.
Yeah, you're just
Deserved,
like you say things how they are.
We'll see, I guess.
A lot of people don't like that, you know.
Forward.
Yeah, straightforward.
Straightforward.
Yeah.
People don't like hearing.
You're not trying
The
to
truth.
please everyone.
Yeah, of course. I don't fuck.
Yeah.
My dad always told me, dude, you don't even like everyone in the world. Why do you try to make everyone like you then? Not everyone's gonna fucking like you, so who cares? If you walk around your entire life trying to make everyone like you or whatever, you're gonna have a miserable life, dude.
I
That's
feel
why
like it's a 5-head strat online.
online.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it's- like trying to please everyone is like is the meta.
What?
Online?
It's the
Oh, yeah,
mainstream
100%.
meta.
Oh yeah, 100%. All the dude, holy shit! Like a bunch of the streamers and shit. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna be like
I
that.
don't know why people are like feel strongman question marking me for that one.
I don't know. I've never been like that either, so I don't give a fuck. Dude,
no.
because I've seen it so many times, people act like someone they are not, especially in the Apex scene too. Like you,
Oh, yeah.
you see people like slowly like building a community or whatever, like their stream like start growing, they're leeching off everyone, and they're just acting like a person they're not. Everyone fucking knows they're not like that, but you don't say it on stream, right? And then suddenly they start fucking acting like themselves, and their stream just says, oof. Yeah.
The thing is with streaming, you can keep up a persona, or you can be fake for a really long time before people understand or realize it.
Yeah,
Because
100%.
you decide when you're alive, like how long you're alive,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. But like, it's understandable. There's a bunch of people out there that and there's a bunch of people out there that fucking fake the personality big time on stream, and like they make fucking millions of dollars on it. Like I don't mind, dude. Fucking go for it, you know. But it's just I couldn't do it. I can't face my persona. It's not something that's in my repertoire or whatever.
I feel like faking that you
Too
like
hard for me.
something would be exhausting as fuck.
Oh, it is.
Pretending that you like something and you don't like it. Like when I don't like something, like I'm so open about it, the entire world knows about it. Like
Oh yeah, that's
I
true.
just get so fucking annoyed, you know. I feel like
Yeah,
faking.
even people that didn't ask.
Yeah, even people that didn't ask, no. 100%.
I'm going up high ground over here.
That's how I am. Can this stop strafer stop tap strafing? Holy shit! He's one shot.
That rate is one.
Okay, he just
Good hit.
pushed me. He just pushed me right here. He just pushed me, man.
Go for the rate. Can you chill,
70?
Manny?
Knock one.
Okay. Wraith is inside.
He's
I'm
lagging
landing
like
downstairs.
crazy. They're rezzing, man. They're literally rezzing.
I'm gonna have to push with that taxi.
Yeah, I'm coming.
You got it? Nice, nice.
Rezzing
Good
right
shit.
here.
You got it all.
I'm resting too.
Good.
I'm gonna go around.
I'm scanning 1 second. There. Knock one more.
I'm coming. Where's the other guy?
On me. On my door.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm flanking.
I got straight up FMJ.
14. This guy just hit a headshot instantly. Cracked him. 44.
This guy is playing Rainbow Six. He just hit the fucking wall bang, the pixel peak. Jesus.
Better. I got 2 penis kits.
I could use a med kit.
I have a feeling we're getting thirded.
Is there any med kits? And any heavy ammo? Or zero heavy ammo?
I can give you heavy and a heavy mag.
I have a blue one.
But like,
Herb?
dude, everyone fakes their persona a little bit on stream. You know?
Well,
Like,
I
yeah,
think.
like, you're here to like put on a show, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, but I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
like
like-
there's a difference between faking that you like something and then faking you're happy so everyone else, you know, is happy with you and has a good time.
Yeah, because I used to fake accent for like 3 years, but it wasn't like I streamed for 3 years. I streamed for like a couple of weeks continuously, and then I stopped for like half a year, and then I came back and I streamed for a month, but then I didn't stream for a year, you know?
Yeah. I definitely think like if you pretend you like something, like you'd burn out pretty fast. In my opinion, this is.
You do burn out pretty fast. But it was fucking god tier content, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Hey, shoddy.
Bro, fucking driving to Ranchito Taquito with a fucking Indian accent, interviewing people. It's just so good.
That's the content that doesn't happen on Twitch anymore.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Old
The
Twitch.
H1 content did.
Dude, the actual like god tier stream snipers of H1, so fucking good, bro.
Yeah.
Like
that's all
Horsey.
dead.
Um,
Even Greek was a
Greek.
stream type.
Greek Godex, yeah.
Greer's pretty good. He's pretty funny for a while.
He was a Tyler 1 stream sniper.
Nah, he stream sniped everyone.
Yeah, but most Tyler, no?
No, it's mostly Soda in the beginning. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember, dude.
I
I,
watched
remember
Tyler
that
though,
one
so.
spawn
Nick
soda
Collin.
got. I remember that one spawn he got in soda, like a super rare spawn where you spawn on like the wall or some shit. And then Greek got the same spawn.
Oh yeah, on top of the box. Yeah. I think there was a way to get up there at some point. You could walk through one of the corners of the box or some shit. I forget.
Position revealed by Ash. The team behind us.
56 purple on the raid.
Yeah, I only hit her 11.
Bullet sulfurs. She's running right side.
Cheers.
Where? Oh.
In front of me. Cracked him. Oh, one of them has sulfurs. He has sulfurs.
Yeah, self-res on this guy.
H1 was such a good game.
It really was. Oh, there's people on me.
I'm with you.
Cracked one. Bloodhound. He's hit for like 40 flash. I think after stuff.
Hold on, dead.
40. 30. Knocked.
Another team behind him. I cracked the raid.
Knocked one.
Yeah, fine.
I cracked the raid as well. I'm
Knock
bad.
one on the new team.
One team full dead.
Yeah,
They
they're
res?
resing.
They
We
already
should go. We
res.
should go.
This is the stream type finisher.
Ash 100. Ash 100. Behind the corner.
Oh, I'm died. I stunned them.
Off team padding on you.
Nice.
I'm coming to block you for you.
Fuck. I just got out.
What thing do you have?
Blue. 360 out of 45.
Self-pressing.
Self-pressing here.
He's
got up, he got up.
Dude, fuck.
He's peeking you? He's 28 feet still.
I think he
Octane,
caught-
I think. Yeah, Octane's healing now. He
Wants to
survives
shoot me.
for sure.
There's no way, dude.
Man. That's magic.
That Ash is on like 400 ping, by the way. Already got him up.
Yeah. It's fine. Better teamwork.
As 3 count underscore
Dude,
FPS.
Ash,
just
thank you so much for
resubscribed
6 months
for
of tier 2.
6 months.
Welcome back.
Ready?
The thing is, I
Well, thank you for the
smoked
save,
these
but you
guys.
Subscribe for
I did
Yeah.
a 1,000 damage on them.
Gifted a tier
Honestly,
1
I want you
sub
to
sign.
see how I died.
They have
It's
given
still, dude,
100
golden knockdown and
subs in the chat.
literally knockdown mains, dude.
Dude, I want you to see how I died, bro. Like, I hit this guy 100 with PK, went around the corner and got full PK'd around the corner. Like, chat, can someone clip that, please? There we go. Just watch this, dude. I want you guys to watch this. I'll put it in God Squads. There. Just look at it. Tell me what you think. What is he? Where is he shooting me?
You should have seen what happened in our first fight at the fucking thing.
Hey, J Harris.
I fucking rolled them.
I don't have an enemy on my screen and I'm dying.
That doesn't even like compare to what I went through. Go look my VOD of the first fight we came in. I literally got wall banged.
Let me see.
be like that. I'm gonna hang out over here.
The first fight.
I'm leaning downstairs.
Yeah, and the depot.
Oh, after you res me.
Yes. Right after. You see it?
He's got FMJ.
I'm scanning 1 second. There.
Like,
Who
how
would've
far around
won,
the
man?
corner was that? That was fucking insane. He shot like 3 shots, but I was standing still behind the corner.
It's always the ass shooting on the corner. Am I right or am I right? Is it not always the ash did? Motherfucker shot through the stairs and the wall. I wish I had that kind of bullets, dude. Alright.
Rev Salem, I think it was. When did this path skin come out?
The alien one?
Yeah.
A while.
Dude, I don't even fucking know. I don't know what day it is today. How am I supposed to know when this Baskin came out?
I don't know, maybe you played the fucking game for a living, maybe shut the fuck up.
Imagine knowing when skims come out, dude. That's some special shit.
But
You should when they're good.
No way. Scans? No one close to me?
That's probably gonna... Wait. There's people here. What?
Yeah, 60. 61 guy. One guy over here. Or 2 guys on you.
I'm going hide above them.
150. Knocked one downstairs under here. Shoot, push them, push them.
okay, okay.
96 and I got 2. 96 again.
Sears 1. 36 HP dead.
They're all fucking dead, dude. What the fuck, man? Boring.
Oh, it's Mandy with the bow. GG.
I got all the loot.
They
but
think
it's
I'm
boring.
cheating. Wait, I need to know. Knock. Wraith deities. Who are these guys?
They were the
Never heard of
champions.
them.
They were actually champions.
Right, guess who's coming from this side now, boys? Right here.
I don't know. Are people
No
gonna
one.
come?
They're gonna come. They're always a little bit late. We just sit in the roof and they will come. 100%. They never disappoint, these guys. They're consistent.
Yeah, I think we go up there.
Dude, I wanted to hear those guys' comms, dude. Body shot, headshot, 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 dude. Just like, holy fuck.
Yeah, you fucked them. Because I only did 140.
I did 410.
I kinda wanna go docks to craft the flatline.
Yeah, okay, I'm down. I am down.
Surely they're waiting for us in carrier.
This was looted.
Yep.
I'm gonna get ratted on. I feel it.
No, I'm gonna do right there. Oh, is that a 2-timer? No, it's 1 to 2.
1 to 2 is good on bow.
It's a little bit distracting.
I think it's fine.
It's okay.
Oh, on me. One. I have so many nades. They cannot play anywhere here. I'm just perminating.
They actually got out of it.
Milk just resubscribed.
Thank you for 3 months,
That's
Smoke.
the team.
Can I get a scan here?
I don't have it yet. 5 seconds.
They're in front of the door.
I don't see them.
On the right here. Purple and dash.
I was getting 2.
I almost
The other one.
cracked Ash. 66, 76 on Ash.
I didn't hit.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no audio. Not a single footstep. Very fun.
Batting?
New team from Fight Night. New team from Fight Night.
Okay, I'm pulling back a little bit while batting.
What the
Are they
fuck was
chasing
that?
me?
One guy chasing me, I think.
I'm with you, he has no idea about me.
60.
Yeah. Finish me. I'm your kill.
There's also a team
Yeah.
behind us. Again.
Yeah. Above.
From here. New team from here.
Like
Sick. Very sick. Very nice, very fun, very interactive. Holy shit. I hope you die now. I hope you die, Gibby. Oh my god, he finished me, dude.
That's very unlucky with this.
Level 300's fucking third-partying the shit out of us. Like,
This guy just died for it. The teammates just died for pushing us. What?
Necro, do I need to have an opinion? It's just a wingman. Is what it is.
Damn.
Let's see it then. Let's see it. I'm clipping it. Hopefully it's still there.
What's up?
Just barely missed it. Okay.
I'm gonna get some chocolate to raise my spirits. Right back. Dark chocolate. Good. I mean, if they put it in the care package, they put it in the care package. It is what it is. I don't care. There's other guns in this game. Necro, how is Flatland the same as Wingman when Flatland has 30 bullets that you shoot repeatedly right after one after hour in fully automatic? Where Wingman you have a semi-automatic pistol that shoots, I don't know, like 10 bullets. Like 15k flicker. What's up, Brognay? Flicker what? How is anyone complaining about Wingman, Necro? What? What? No one was complaining about Wingman. Literally no one. I haven't seen a single person complain about Wingman. What is this guy giggling about? What is he giggling about? Their subtitles on the stream, they don't work. Subtitles. He was crying, he was not crying. Motherfucker is watching a video and giggling 100%. Why would he be crying, dude? I voted our Rish, what the fuck did you vote? Did you guys vote me as the best VTuber of 2021? Why? Why didn't you vote me? What the fuck, Zuka? Are you fake? I would vote for the mainstream. True. True. Even if I was a VTuber, I'd still want you guys to vote for Fruit. VTuber. Fruit beat VTuber. Yeah, you probably know. And you collab with other VTubers soon. Thursday we have Vox and Mista on Apex, and then should also be a Bao and Amelie collab this week. Thursday and Tuesday. Thursdays for the boys. Cheeseburg. Thank you for found. Welcome. Appreciate you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got any friends here?
No, I don't think so. I think we're alone.
My chat was like, why is Manda crying in the background? Because your giggling sounded like you were crying.
Oh. Yeah, I was watching Dual Trooper Sniping X.
No idea what that is.
The banana man sniping X you see in Fortnite.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Ooh.
I need a shotgun. You haven't said anything in a long time. I don't know if you chat or anything.
Tax is full muted.
Oh, he's full deafened.
Like he's gone.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, he doesn't like us. He's probably arguing with chat. I could bet my like 10 gifted that he's arguing with chat right now.
10 gifted?
I don't think he's arguing with chat. There's no way.
You only full mute if you argue with chat, bro.
Nah, let me see. Let me see. Let me test. He's not saying anything.
Maybe he was arguing with chat, now he modded off because he was so mad.
Damn.
Or he accidentally full muted. Holy turbocharger city, bro.
Fuck. Is that a shoddy? It is. Who drops a master without paying it?
Not me.
I need a 3x or some shit.
Yeah, same. I need a 2 to 4 timer, anything. I have a triple take with nothing.
I have a Dio with no scope, so I need to look at 2.
Anyone need purple 8 mag?
No, I'm good.
Oh.
I am good. They use this.
Yeah, they're
Yo,
using
yo.
it a lot.
Yo yo?
We can go.
Yes. Do you jitter aim? Yeah.
Holy shit.
Depends on the situation, but yeah. There's no reason not to jitter aim.
Did any of you guys play Elden Ring yet?
Nope.
Nope.
Are you gonna play it?
Yep.
Maybe.
I'm saving it for a little bit later. We'll probably play in April.
No. I don't know where.
Yeah, I'm excited to play with Vox and Mista. We also talked about playing like Valorant and like League and stuff together. Because as you guys know, Vox, Mista and myself, and then Ike and Fulgur, we're all like
I think they just
EU,
crafted.
you know?
Yep, they're crafting. All three are crafting.
We're from EU, so we can play a lot of multiplayer games without lag.
Yeah, I see. You guys ready to shoot one of them?
Konnichiwa, Sukuru.
This guy right here? Oh, never mind. 87
And the
headshot?
time zone's really
Yeah, I
good.
can't see shit.
I can't see, I only see circles. Close to me,
On the right side.
Bottom close.
Scanning towards.
I'm getting pushed, I gotta kill.
40.
Biting. Keep blood on ulti.
Guy on top of me.
Yeah, I'm taking angle on them. 6-3. Great.
One's pushing you from right, from the crafter. Blood on.
Yeah, I just got sucked.
Water low. 40 flesh blood. At least.
32 purple.
I don't know where he went.
Wait, what? I insta-died.
Horizon 1, dead. Rage flash.
Great cube.
I cracked the hound in.
Nice. What do you want? Oh, nice.
Who was it?
I don't know.
Great. Where is she?
Wait to me here. Here. I'm going out there. Nice. Big time.
I'm coming, text.
New team behind us.
They're actually aping us. I need
Yeah.
armor up.
There's almost all over the place, right
Back
here.
two of them. Yeah, almost on red band box.
They're looting boxes. What? What are they doing?
I'm ready.
Back one.
I'm going.
Alright. That was
See
red
that?
ult, right?
No.
Purple on
Scanning.
horizon. Behind you.
New team again. No, never mind.
Wraith is just legging it over here. It's in the
Yeah.
ditch.
Holy shit.
Fucking aim punched it. I can't do it. I'm gonna go
Did
back.
she cross?
Yeah, she crossed.
She could. I can...
You can
I
chase
might
it if
die
you
here.
want, but I got a good ammo. Nice. Anyway, yeah, chat. So I was talking with them about like playing more games together than just like
I'm pissed. I have 1 KP.
just like Apex and stuff. So we'll see.
But
Because
yeah, I'll get
you know, we're all from EU, so it's kind of like the ping is better, etc. It's easy to play together, you know.
No one played light weapons? No one played light, everyone played energy.
My man.
Yeah. That includes me. Alright.
Chicken chats.
Nah, it's not Kiki Chat to play. Pretty cringe.
No,
actually.
it's chicken chats.
Pretty cringe, bro.
Yeah, you are, but I still love you.
My personal opinion, it's just a little bit cringe, yeah?
Yeah.
Get in the car.
Get in the quib!
Wait, are you exploiting right now in rank?
No, this was an accident. I wanted to throw the heat shield on the box, but it like bounced off below the car and got stuck to it, so it wasn't actually on purpose.
Yeah, it'd be a shame if it happened again.
Yeah, very, very shameful. Look, see, like, it keeps happening.
No, I'm not looking. I looked away for a second. What happened?
I don't condone this behavior!
The heat shield bounced up the floor, did a 360, and then got stuck on the front part of the car. And now it's just like stuck on it. It's not our fault, it's just the game design.
Right. But it's unfair for the zone. Because the zone really killed us.
Yeah, but I mean, we can't do anything about it. Just, like, we still need the car. It's just stuck on our car. We're driving the car, we're not using the heat shield, so it's not really our fault that the heat shield's stuck on the car.
I'm going out here. Goodbye.
Okay, but like... It's ranked and you're ruining the integrity.
Well,
Yeah,
we're not. It's like we're not doing it on purpose.
I'll do
It's
anything
happening.
just for a little bit of rank points. That's
It's
why I
happening.
have 7 monitors. I have everyone's stream up that's in our game right now. It's their fault for streaming.
6 consoles.
It's their fault for streaming, dude.
Yeah, that's not even a
They're
hot
giving
take.
free information.
That's just facts, bruh.
Factual statement.
Yeah, factual statement, no cap. Oh, fighting up here.
Now we're with Vox and the boys. I'm probably gonna play like League, Valorant, Apex, then maybe Dead by Daylight and stuff like that. I'm not opposed to it.
Truthful heat.
I'm
Skyneading, I saw this on Reddit
one time.
Sonar detected. Granata, granata,
37.
granata.
Or 47 actually.
I climbed the roof. The other room. Nice grenade.
I haven't done nade. Nading inside.
Oh, only had shoot.
Porting out.
Putting on roof or what? No. Putting
No,
on
what?
nade.
Below.
I took it. I took it back again.
I shit on 104.
You're fine. Just go back, Randy.
I
Alright, don't fight this.
I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, Valk in front of me. 90 on Valk. What is happening to us?
I'm going back.
Can we go in here?
Someone got kidnapped.
They're fucking patted on.
48 on one guy's top.
I'm going to mine the dude. He's got a good spot.
Okay.
I know. 68 on one guy too. Only headshot, 20 flash. On what's he called?
Holy shit, there's a lot of them.
Scatterman.
Blood on? Scanner man.
Oh, he jumped. He did jump. I think they're gonna go away.
In the room, in the room. Right in the room, right here.
35 on one guy.
Val
Standing.
cracked inside.
Yeah, aping them. I died.
Great,
Holy.
dead.
Knocked one. I knocked one.
Yeah, only one.
One flat side.
I'm batting. They're rezzing.
Side.
54. Perp.
Knocked another one.
111 on Val. I'm gonna start reloading. Resting.
Bro, this guy doesn't die. He's flesh still. I knocked the other two. He's dead. He's dead. He dead? Just give me. No, he's still alive, right?
Oh, hell yeah, more people. Or is that a knock?
That's the Valkyrie.
Climbing. Someone climbed.
Valkyrie, help me. I gotta reload my gun.
He's broken. Everything's broken. There's
Bro.
no way.
Dude, this is terrible.
You're dead.
Okay, you
You're
have
dead.
I don't have a heat shield.
How?
I used them all in the car. Oh my.
0.1 second. Dude, there's no way I died like that.
Oh my god.
Dude, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Every single fucking part of every single armor was smoking right there.
Yeah, because we fucking cracked him like 700 times in there.
Yeah, I climbed up. That was not the play.
No, it was fine. I fucking rolled him because you did that.
Yeah, but that was definitely not the play still.
Yeah.
And then I got bowed twice while you were, you know.
I had no
Listen on
heat
me.
shield, so once I got raised, I had to go zone. Fuck.
If I got that, dude, if I got that off, I had a heat shield. I could have thrown it on the floor, finished him, armor swapped,
Sucked
took
his
the
ass.
Kraber, quadruple headshotted the
You
next
had a
team.
Kraber?
Dude, crazy.
But how did you not get it off though? Is what I'm asking.
Because he was trying to shoot me, so I held the knockdown shield for a little bit.
Oh, he died to start.
Yeah, he died to storm.
But then, like, the Valk had to have self-res, no?
Yeah, the Valk self-rest next to me and died. Again.
No, no,
That
no.
Valk was knocked 3 times.
Oh yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Fuck it.
I like him. Fuck. Damn.
Life's good.
Alright, I'm peeing. Oh.
Haru. We drop everything else once you guys have it to Holostars again. Sadly, I will not be applying to Holostars. Just go apply now. I'm good. I don't want to leave my life behind. See now, yeah. Just don't sign the contract. I mean, it would be cool to be part of something like that, you know, like fucking be part of like a big friend group, but nope. Yeah, so saying they bring your model, you still lose like a lot of your earnings and whatnot. And you're limited in what you can do and stuff. Morning, Dippy. Doing good, are you? I'd much rather join a company like Vishojo that lets you like stay yourself and you have more freedom and stuff.
Ah.
We are free.
We are 3 KP.
That's true.
Are we?
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I am.
I'm not.
Cop.
That's your opinion.
That's your opinion. Oh god.
They opened the vault. Or the thing.
Sitting on your fucking face.
That's true.
It's pretty true. It's pretty true.
I can't wait to do my first super glide.
You still haven't done
Yeah?
Super Glide?
Nope. I think it's because my my spacebar and my C isn't leveled.
I don't think that. I think you just suck.
If you press C before space, then you don't super glide. You just crouch and stand up.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They're not leveled. The
Yep.
spacebar is half the height of the C is. Wait, what'd you say?
You have to press space first.
I can't do it.
I mean, it's literally a timing, and once you hit it once, you'll be able to fucking do it. You just have to hit it once to feel the time with your fingers.
But I think I spent 5 hours trying to do it. Haven't hit it once.
What's your FPS lock to?
190.
Yeah, you should be
Yeah,
able
also
to do it
makes it
easily.
extremely hard.
I'm doing it on
The
190.
lower your FPS is, the easier it is to hit super glides consistently.
So what you're saying is that advantageous to have a bad PC.
Yes.
It's advantageous to lower your frame rate when you're doing it.
Like, I practice with 144.
Yeah, 144 is also GigaChat.
But now I'm on
Doing
190.
it with 60 FPS is easy mode.
Yeah. I'm on 190 now, and I can still do it pretty consistently. Because I learned the timing.
As long as you're at the same frame rate, you can learn the timing.
Oh, they're hitting Joseph. My fucking mouse is jumping by itself.
It's jumping?
Yeah.
Rekt has to be like the
Doing
best
jumps.
super glider in the game. Like this, it's not even close. He doesn't.
Look at that
use
guy
the
crafting.
config.
The blood on.
Only 18. I fucking good. Almost
Why do I
cracked
have troubles aiming? Headshot of rate 76 right here, purple. 45 purple and
bad.
blood on.
The Valk has white armor, by the way.
Blood on 41 purple.
Valk is still in the middle.
Rate 45 purple.
What the fuck? How am I
I'll
hitting
get an
those?
angle on the
Bye.
Valk.
Valk's flying back.
Probably bad.
I'm popping bat.
I cracked her. I need a sight desperately.
112.
Bat again.
Another team on me. Or it's them pushing towards me.
Yeah, over there, over there.
Scan again, man, if you can. Okay, okay, we can get this high ground on them now.
It's on the
There's a ball
right
on.
side.
They're pushing. Ish.
Valk is here. Valk 45
Valk,
white
Valk.
armor. We should push this, man. There two
Yeah,
two on the left
coming
here.
with you.
Press and wide.
Wraith is still here. She queued, I believe. She didn't. Just push the Valk.
Bug is ulting.
Fucking way, bro. What is this?
Oh, so much damage. 120, I think.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Nice. I love that.
These are the type of people that don't fight the entire game. And when they get into a fight, they just run.
I don't understand. Bloodhound run away from his own teammates, and this two run away from him, and then they just gave us the kill. I have no bats. Oh, in front of me, Bloodhound here, here. What the fuck are they doing?
You shouldn't get split up chasing them. Come back, maybe.
He's alone, right in front of me. This guy's literally free kill. Fucking hell. He wanted to get the banner and I stopped him. He ran into a different team over there and he choked. He's running right. Cracked him. Right here in the corner, popping a battery or some shit. Yeah, I got the bat. I hit him 22 purple taxi to blood on.
That's such a crazy fucking. Do you really want to run that way towards him already?
He's running with the Valk over here. I can't even see him. We put ourselves in a pinch. We need to go with Mandy. Up here.
Yeah, I'm good.
Scanning.
I have no fucking bats, man. Strange.
They're in a shot now.
You just have
Where?
bats?
I am dropping 2 bats for you.
140, 142, 4 on blood.
Valk white armor flush. That's a different team, that's a different team. Valk purple.
I think we're gonna pinch from behind soon.
Just finish and look behind, look
Flying
behind.
over.
Yeah, we can zip over, let's go, let's go, let's go. Come here, we can flank him.
I just fucking got juiced. He might have had white armor, but everything else on him was fucking.
Yeah, I saw that. I
On
saw
me,
a
they're
bunch of
pushing me.
those.
42 blue on Maggie. Look at it.
Yeah. I have the bat.
126
1 HP, Maggie.
on top of you.
Such shit.
Valk
guy.
flush.
On
New
that-
team, new team, front.
Okay.
Batting.
I'm nading them. Almost cracked one.
2 of them. Hit 2 of them.
Nice.
Knocked one.
Gibby's gonna res him.
Yeah, I'm popping a bat while
I'm
pushing.
gonna pop Phoenix.
They're not resing, they're not resing. Fake res. 45 purple.
Wait, what? Right here. There. Knocked. Wait.
South
Still
res
res.
someone.
Dead.
All dead or no?
No, no, no.
This guy didn't have it.
I don't know. Over here then.
Holy.
Has to be on
That's a lot of
sneak.
damage.
It's the Wraith. I don't know where she is though. Where did she crawl?
Mandy,
fuck?
any trackers?
Yeah, can you scan for this Wraith?
I didn't find her. But I'm also looting a box right now.
Up here?
Well, the Wraith's gonna self-res if we don't find her.
Oh my god, that Ash. I don't know how the fuck she's
I
alive.
don't know. Fucking
Oh,
thing
shit.
is- we just leave her right now. We just finished the Bloodhound there. And that raid's gonna turn around and bite us in the ass 100%.
Yeah. She's probably at the Gibby's body now. Let's just go kill her.
Holy shit. Apparently,
Oh, yeah, right on me.
There we go.
apparently the RTX 4000 has been shown right now or some shit.
And?
The new graphics card, and it's 2 times as powerful as the 3090.
Okay, why would you need that?
Oh, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but like, why would, like, I feel like there's literally,
It costs $8,000, dude.
it's literally no reason to have that graphics card. 3090 is already fucking juiced.
Run
Wow.
towards me.
Uh,
100. Dude, dev grapple. Ah.
blue armor on one of them.
I kinda wanna go loot the Valkyrie from earlier. She has energy ammo. I need it.
Good. Do it.
Ew. Okay, someone's on our death boxes at base drive.
Right?
No? Where?
Face driver? They're probably behind
Behind
us.
us?
Here,
Yeah,
here,
behind us.
here, where we came from. Yeah. There's 2 teams there. They're shooting for no reason, right?
Shooting me now.
Oak in purple? How am I not hitting it?
Oh wow, that was fucking dog shit. They're going on that side, I think.
No, right side, full.
Yeah. It's flying on me. It's down here.
I have to fucking... Let's go.
Oak can hit 50 purple.
I'm pumping this.
The Ash is 1, she might die to zone.
Skin. I'm marking.
Is it only 2?
Looks like it.
Big nade.
No, it's not
What-
only 2. The Gibby's behind here for some reason.
9.
No way, he's bubble. Kidding me? Yeah, shoot me through a fucking bubble, asshole.
Shit on pussy.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
the same
Did you get
guy.
in the storm?
Fucking Tracy.
Yeah, I'll
asshole.
get in zone.
It's the same guy that PK'd me 400 meters around the corner the other game. Literally the same fucking
that?
person. Yeah, the LFT Tracy. LFT Tracy. Oh! I'm dead.
That's a couple
wrong?
of wingmans.
What's wrong with being LT, dude?
Nothing. I'm just dead.
No, I think you're fine.
I'll give you my mastiff, okay?
No. I just go for my box.
Yeah, but if they're there, there's a mastiff on there too.
Are they above me, Taxi?
They're in storm. Yeah, they're above you. They're split a little bit. One's here. One was over here, and one was here on my box.
So we go left in your box.
10 seconds, and I can shoot again.
They're zipping. On your boxes.
Yeah, one's up here. I'm aiming at her. It's a Wraith and a Gibby.
Red armor. There's 5.
There's 2 boxes here, man. Mande? Fucking Taxi.
Do we have heat shields?
I don't.
No,
Should have.
no heat shield.
Can you not heat shield it?
I got two here. And there's 2 more here.
Yeah, can you? Okay, I got it.
We gotta
Yeah,
get in.
We just chill here. No, we do not gotta go in.
Oh.
They're gatekeeping us hard. Let's not do that.
Can't we go all the way here? We'll just ride
We
that.
can just kill in storm. We have so much loot.
Do we have enough though?
Huh?
Do we have enough?
Yes.
I have 2 medkits.
I have 1.
They're still
Let's
here.
get them.
Still waiting.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do?
Andy, what are you doing?
Oh shit! I forgot it's the zone, dude. Holy shit.
I have no
I
more.
found the zone
insults.
too. On the images.
Is there more heat shield?
Think so. I'm popping my last.
Yeah,
med
anyone.
I have 2 minutes. Can
We
you
have to
zip
get
us
in
here?
Go- We have to zip here, yeah.
Yeah, we could zip.
I'm going. They're
Oh
here.
wow.
Can you hit
there,
shield?
Go left, go left, go. Come with me.
Nice.
I took zip.
That pocket is good.
Yeah, there's still
Yeah, go. Take my zip, take my zip.
he's sitting right there.
I need a fucking thing.
Oh, there's another team.
Dude.
It's 2 teams.
Let me send you a knock. Let me send you a knock.
Oh, one guy over here also.
I need health meds.
I'm shitting on him. One shot, what on?
Yeah, but I need health meds. I don't know why we pushed in there.
like
We had a bucket.
No, I thought it was one team
We're
only.
fine.
Why is there 2 teams on us? What? That's so weird.
But we were
No, but
fine.
he was standing right there.
It doesn't matter. We had a pocket. We had a pocket with full cover.
No, I don't know. Yeah, I thought I scanned 2 guys on the right side, so I thought the solo was just standing there, just waiting for us, and we just fucking 3-2-1 you roll him.
It was 2 of them.
1 KP, 70 damage, dude. That was the people we died to right there.
To be fair, I fucking knocked one and put one on 1 health, so they died right after, but yeah. Yeah. What's up, Emerald? Alright, cry in peace. The animated style emotes, yeah, she's got some nice animated emotes. I want to get animated emotes too. What's up, Suva? My ass hurts. Why is Zuka white in Discord? Like what? Zuka, why are you white in Discord? Fuck. Server settings. Integration. Sync. There, should be fixed now. It starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I've designed this rhyme. Yeah, there you go. It's fixed. Why Tom Cruise? This shit was funny as fuck. What the fuck is that wine, dude? Dude, I just saw a video. Oh, hey, Marty. I just saw a video of a marble excavator hole for marble. It looks like the fucking like tractor or whatever truck that's excavating looks like a toy. It's so fucking big, dude. Like it's set up from the angle it was like taken. It looks like it's a fucking toy. And that is like a small brick, but then you realize how fucking huge that place is. Perspective is confusing for that pick. Yeah, but like that place, like think about it. How huge that fucking place is. What pick? Link it in Discord and Twitter if you have it. Someone link it. That place is absolutely gigantic.
Let's fucking go, baby.
Hi, who's you? Homie doesn't like the new Batman. Yeah, he doesn't like it. Thinks his ass. He thinks it is us. I HDSH. I don't really care that much about Batman. I don't know why. Not a big Batman fanboy or whatever. I'm probably not even gonna watch it. That's where I'm at. Unless I'm forced to watch it by someone. Those animated emotes from Bao are fucking insane. I'm gonna ask her who made hers. I love those animated emotes. My new emotes, how they're going? Uni's gonna give us a template soon, and then they should be all finished in like April. You know what's supposed to be her animator? She's not an animator, she's just an illustrator. But she doesn't do animated emotes, she does the normal emotes. I need to get someone different for the animated emotes. Let me see. Bao. DM. Bao.
You're crafting in there.
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go, baby.
You're animated.
I have no sight, but I'm Devo. White armor. Dog shit fight to take, but I'm down.
No, it's good.
Oh, hi, Arya.
I hit one big time. You queue in after.
They see us.
Why they see? Why do they see?
They just have a sixth sense. I think their Gibby Wraith caustic.
38 purple
I
on the
don't wanna
backside.
Yeah, I'm not fighting that.
Fuck it. They loot is here. Where you guys wanna go? I hate being here. I hate it. This is my hate spot in the timeout.
It's your hate spot? Holy shit,
Yeah.
they're still having
Go-
sex
just
with
go
me.
Carrier, go carrier, go carrier. Come, I'm putting a zipline.
This guy is gonna like me. I don't even do anything. I'm fucking friendly, dude. Oh, they got thirded. They got thirded.
Yeah, that I just called that.
We go back.
It's a
We go
fight night
back.
team. I'm looking for better armor. I'm not fighting with white armor.
You can
Against
start vlogging 2 times if you want or something.
Oh, that's a tall zippy. Whippy, whippy, dippy.
Alright, I almost have a purple, so I'm ready.
Okay, I'm
Whenever.
ready whenever. I have 1 battery
Unless
cells.
you want to craft bats.
Probably. I have 1 battery cells.
I won.
Yeah, we all have one.
They were here 58 seconds ago.
So they probably pushed turbine or something.
They probably went to
Dooks.
Oasis, to be honest.
Are they third partying us
It's
right now?
looted. Yeah, they're third partying us.
Oh no.
They're fighting?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I didn't see you over there. I thought I was about to fucking die.
Got our asses. I'm just making shit ton of bats, dude. I got 6 bats, 3 souls. 0 friends. Oh shit! It's a wingman with a gold mag here. Alright. I dropped a PK with a... There's also a purple mag here for wingman. Oh, you got it?
I'm good, I got it.
They're still fighting there, dude. The thing fuck we left would have been fighting there for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm there.
I'm almost there. I'm just a
I
little bit
think
slow.
they just ended.
I think so too.
Me no hablo
Me no
inglés.
hable English.
I think that means that he doesn't speak Spanish.
He doesn't speak Swedish, dude.
It's all
I
Swedish.
knocked one.
Not bad.
Where are they? Oh, like on the other side?
On the opposite side of me. They're resing again.
45. 45.
Okay, I just got roller prowler fuckers.
Knocked
I
the
saw
plug
just
on.
back. No, new team coming from up top, up here.
I
Healing
need,
right
to
in
take,
front of you.
I need to take this
Got him
fucking
head up.
shit. Holy fuck,
Stop.
almost died.
Zang, come take your dude, start. Oh, never mind.
Holy medkit. Is it still 1 from one team and 3 from the other team or what?
So 2 from one team and 3 from the other one.
No, I
You
knocked
think
the
I can
blow down.
take your- Yeah, he's dead.
And there was one already knocked.
Wait, I'm taking your portal.
Should be only one. Like,
Yeah, but he re-knocked him. He didn't. He got him up.
those guys finished too, didn't they? I'm here. Uh-oh. My portal disappeared. It's 2, yeah. 2.
We just get out. Plug him up here.
Yeah, we should.
I got triple bursted. Sheesh.
Just
I'm
better.
going to defend the honor. They're on the boxes, just juicing boxes right now.
It's fine.
They're running away. It's a Valkyrie and a Raid. Can't see because of the grass. Ah, we're good. They run away to the right.
Nice.
I like how the third party left and these guys also left.
Because that's what people do now. They take like 1 KP or as much as they can and then just leave instantly. There's... I don't know what happened. People play this game so weird. Like in the last 2 seasons.
Nah, and even I feel like last 4 seasons, people started becoming such pussies. Like I feel like nowadays meta is to be a pussy. No one fights anymore. No one like straight up goes 3v3. Everyone cares about their little rank number top right.
Yeah. Because they can display those. Oh wait.
Oh right, yeah, because you know the whole server can fucking, you know, the whole game can open a tab in main menu that has leaderboards, and then your name says there, and top 750.
Yeah.
Cap.
Or like, or gun charms.
Right.
You know, they have like a pred badge that says rank 1 on it.
We're fighting right here in front of me.
Oh yeah, and people that hit 100k RP in a single split, they get the fucking juice.
Yeah, they get like 5k
They get-
or something
They
straight to
get like
PayPal.
no. They get sent like souvenirs, Apex bucks,
Trophies.
you know. Yeah, like not a trophy, but like
Butter, what's up?
Apex
What's up, Nixon?
swag.
You get a percentage
Swag,
of the
man.
company gifted.
Yeah.
Because
Because
rank 1.
yeah, because Apex always acknowledges its grinders. They're always on top of that. They always gotta make, you know.
You get a free Twitch career for getting rank 1 though.
Yeah, for a month.
Yeah, 2 weeks and then you're back to being a
Alright, it's
five
fucked.
Randy.
0. My right, my nade on right.
No,
We suck.
we do suck. 540 purple.
Although I have a feeling.
Body.
My nade on path.
Let me know when you want me to go in.
No, just give it 2. I'm fucking sneezing, man. New team behind us, new team behind us!
Full in. Forward. Yeah, we're good. They took sip. We have this. We're chilling. They're not even sandwiching.
This guy's trying to shoot me through the glass.
He's in blood on all brother.
He doesn't understand.
He sees red.
I see it, I shoot that.
I'm back again.
Let's go take a angle here, no?
Don't
Yeah,
just
I'm
walk
getting
up
an
behind
angle
and
here.
shoot them in
I'm
the ass,
getting an
bro.
angle. Yeah.
Walk here.
Yeah, we can sandwich them. Valkyrie's coming to you guys at purple 20. Nice. He doesn't habla inglés, dude.
No hablo inglés.
Yo, that's my rest shield. Sucker from the other side. Why are you shooting us, bitch?
Who, me?
Me no hablo inglés. I need a 2-timer, man.
I have a 2 to 4.
Flying? Where the fuck is he flying? Oh, he's round 2, so he's fine.
Oh.
That's all about. Oh, look, that motherfucker here.
We're pushing on. Ooh, another self-S.
How many suffers are you carrying?
3?
I had one, and then Mandy
on.
took it. Then the Valkyrie took it, then Mandy took it.
Yeah. I took it.
You guys are sharing
Mine.
that shit?
It was yours. You dealt the most damage to the Valkyrie.
And cap, I did 100.
Doubt.
What do you mean doubt? I did the flankage.
Go up here.
Right here, it's looting boxes. Right here. One's on this rock, Ash. Tractor.
Oh, dude, the big. One, yeah.
Oh, someone's there, right? Oh, there. Gold. I can really see the Sakura
Oh my god, big 32.
up here. They're gonna get a crab, but we're dead.
What? There's no one here?
No,
They
there
are,
is.
they
There
are.
is.
They're just
Oh,
they're
100.
resting.
How the fuck are they LOSing?
Are we doing
I want
this?
to kill those guys.
Half and crack, 50 flush on pad.
Yeah.
110.
One.
Just don't die off, bro.
I died.
Okay. Ape.
I'm glad you told me not to die though. I was doing really good. Just love it. I was doing really good until you told me not to die. Then I died on purpose because you
He
jinxed me.
doesn't take nothing.
Like I said,
God,
don't,
I
Can't
don't
kill
know.
me.
yeah, like I said, don't die. Instantly died.
Motherfucker, who climbs? You have 10 HP. Who the fuck climbs up?
Listen,
the
I
middle
didn't
of nowhere,
realize
and it-
how hard I got hit. Okay. I was in my fucking mode, so
Mother bitches, dude.
I was in my fucking
Where's the
mode, so I
golden
was just
helmets at?
wasn't realizing.
got one.
it.
No damsels in distress.
Oh, nice.
You can't blame a man for being in fucking mode, dude. Like I was just tunnel visioning, just how you tunnel vision in tournaments and then have to yell at me.
Never tunnel vision.
M
I tunnel
underscore
vision
Jazz, you just
on
resubscribed
my,
for
Thank
my
you,
own.
Jazz, tier one.
Medium 2
Yeah.
gifted a tier 1
Yeah, well
sub
now
to
you know how it
underscore
feels when
Jazzu.
someone tunnel
They
vision
have
on your
given
team.
15 gift subs in the
33.
chat.
175.
Yeah, you fucking shit on that guy. I only hit him twice.
I can't see anything because of the crafting shit, man. 45 purple on that guy.
31.
21.
Don't push, don't push.
No pushing.
The
Inside.
other team's
second
looking at
floor.
us over here.
There's a rat on this roof or some shit. It's not a rat.
Nah, all full teams.
71 headshot.
Except for the ones inside.
Headshot on Horizon 71 purple. Oh no, I'm tethered. What am I gonna do now?
That was not the peak I wanted.
Those are not the droids you're looking for.
Yeah.
I broke the door here.
50 on one.
Cracked another one. 45 flash on one.
Yeah, the other team aped.
The other team- The other team 6. The other team 6.
I can't speak.
The other team is above. We
Okay,
lost high
back
ground
off,
to them.
Back off a bit. Back off a bit.
Take this mid high ground. I like zip lines.
That's right there.
Batting.
I like how they're focusing us instead of the duo that in the fucking building. Hello?
You gotta take a shoot off and not the duel. Kraber!
Wait, bro.
No, sentinel. Sentinel.
You have Granata for this door.
Yeah, I just picked him up.
Make the door go boom. .71 headshot on the horizon.
Bloodhound.
Blood dead.
She's one. Outside.
She's there outside.
What?
Wow, we're good.
60 on blood. Pushing from the other team.
Is the server laggy for you sometimes? Like every now and then you just get like a fucking
No.
little rubber band? Like a little one? Not a big one.
Oh wow, I just fell. Fog. I love falling.
I'm McFallen and I can't get up.
What the fuck is this dog shit?
Triple headshot, that guy knocked him in the main building here.
Yeah, I cracked one on the outside on the right, man. There's one on the outside on the right.
Now I'm batting on the roof.
120. Just don't fucking do some crazy push.
Yeah, we just take roof here. This big.
I'll lose this guy.
This
I
guy
guess
is jump
crazy.
shooting a sentinel.
Wait, he has a Kraber.
Yeah, take it. I got an armor swap for 4.
Dude, it's pretty fucking stupid.
Are you telling me Horizon had a Kraber and a triple headshot him with a wingman?
Yeah.
I mean,
For
he's
why
bold.
triple headshot them.
I don't know, he was moving.
77.
Where are they?
Like just there. I don't think you should waste a Kraber bullet on a Mocha.
I have 46. Or 6.
46
6
Kraber
Kraber
bullets? Holy shit. 34 purple
Good luck.
on Gibby.
If I can, I'm going for the Gibby.
I'm batting.
Knock Krabby.
What now?
Just let me work my magic here, eh? They got him up.
I'm coming back
Okay,
to you.
they ape, they're on the outside, they have room.
Oh my god.
Knocked.
Taxi,
116.
I'm trying to watch you, Taxi. Blood on 90. Can I take the port?
I'm healing. Yeah,
Yeah, kill him, he's one.
You popped a fucking bat. I'm batting. I don't know which ones you're knocking, man. No cap.
What am I doing? Well, I'm playing like shit. I'm done. I died. Got the angle on left. Gibby has angle on left.
I have two
38 purple on the Gibby on the angle left.
I'm going for super easy shots now. I'm only got a body.
Where's this solo?
There's no soul.
There's 3 squads, man. How is it not solo?
It's Ash
Right here,
somewhere.
right here.
What is that need? Almost 110 on Bloodhound. 110.
Not one. Whoa. I was about to say there's no shot we lose this, dude.
I did nothing the whole game. God, I did nothing the last fight. Absolute dog shit, holy fuck. I wish I could jump off the map right now. I'm playing like the fucking chat room.
Like the chat room, maybe.
Yeah, see, I did fine. I just did not do fine in the last 2 fights.
You did fine in the game, but you didn't do fine in the ending. I did bad in the game, but I did fine in the ending. So it balanced out.
Even
I
so.
just did good the entire time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Your
you got a
stats were
Kraber,
bad.
shut up.
Yeah, now for like 10 seconds.
And you hit every single bullet. Now, the 10 bullets, 145, you did like 1400 damage just with the Kraber. Shut up.
No, I cry. Wrong.
That's mathematically correct. What I
Okay,
just did.
Forza 1994. Shut up.
That's my brother. What do you want from my brother, dude?
Shut up. I'm watching a YouTube video.
Bring him back.
I'm watching a video about falafel. Oof, waves.
Someone in chat just had a really good idea. I know it doesn't happen a lot.
What's up?
What if in the final zone, gold knockdowns turn to purple?
What?
No, they should just remove them.
Oh, because they're sort of fine for like the rest of the game. But it's just lame when you should have gotten a 3rd place, but you get 2nd place or even win the game because you have knockdown shields.
Yeah, it's ass. I mean, that's why they removed them from comp. Because it's just unfair. That you're winning because of an item.
Yeah, but like in fights early and mid game, they're not bad for the game.
It's good if you're getting thirded, then you rip a knockdown. And then you save yourself. But in retrospect, still ass that you win a fight and you can lose the fight. Because someone has a gold knock.
Nah, I think it's good for the game. It adds more outplay potential. Plus, it increases the skill ceiling. Like, you have to be good at keeping track of who's where and if the people that are knocked are being rest. You know?
Yeah.
You have to have more balls in the air.
More balls in the air.
More balls in the air.
I love balls, especially in the air. Want them? I'm in the middle of the window.
Oh, that's so sexy.
We're both in the middle of the window.
Are there people here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
other big height. Other big height. What am I saying?
They went down.
Any termites?
Oh, yes. Here.
Oh, I'm prepared.
Going down, what does that mean? Through the tube?
Yeah, they went all the way down. Yeah.
You
Oh,
took my
zipline,
termite there?
Yeah.
Please.
Did you need the 2-timer you picked up?
Yeah, I'm using it.
Okay.
Wait, you need this taxi?
I don't need them. Yeah. Man, did you need light mag or purple bulb? Both of them purple.
Alright, I'm going down. I see
Randy?
them right next to me.
Wait. No, I don't.
Oba hit 100. The other guy cracked white armor. Wraith.
Dude! I knocked him! Ah!
Almost cracked. Gibby purple.
Cracked him. Very low, very low.
Hey, good shit, boys.
All it takes is one rampage and one thermite, then you win the
Holy
fight.
shit, dude. L-star. Fucking hell. I landed on that guy behind him and I just started shooting. I missed the first 20 bullets, I think.
There's a penis here, man. If you need a penis.
That would be very nice. Is there blue armor too?
Yeah, I'm dropping the blue armor on it. It's
A
almost
blue
purple.
armor. Nice, man.
There's a fuller blue armor in the box.
Yeah, but it's almost purple, so that's okay.
And up here, there's wingman if you need. There's PK there, and I dropped the purple bolt.
Yeah, I'll take the Pika. I got a wingman. Alright, Poggin right now. Got 3 bats, 12 cells. Those guys had a lot of bats. What the fuck? Oh, turbo bone. Oh no. Kringe. Oh, need that.
Oh no!
Any of you took the purple light mag?
No,
I didn't.
I didn't. Why no, I didn't. No, I didn't. Oh no! Kringe!
There's a Devo and there's turbo back there.
That's disgusting.
I'm just saying. Taxi.
Taxi doesn't want it.
Just looking at you,
I
Taxi.
do not. I do not want it.
What's up, Suzu?
You know what? Fuck it, I'm playing Ida this game.
No way
It's
you.
time to bring Ida meta back.
It's
been too
impossible
long.
to bring back. That
I'll
shit
show you.
sucks. 2-timer.
I need some energy ammo.
Energy ammo right
That shit will
here.
be straight fire.
Straight fire.
My guy.
Dude, I got you, dude. 20 bullets right
brother,
there.
man, dude.
That's all, dude. You got 20 bullets there, that's it.
I hecking love energy ammo.
I could love energy ammo. Bat chest.
Bad yes.
Blue bag.
Oh, I'm gonna put my armor. It's gonna be purple then.
Wow.
5 head.
They're fighting close by. Ready to go?
I'm stuck in a tree!
He's stuck in a tree.
I want to kill,
Shiny.
so I go kill.
Yeah, I'll be there soon.
God, I love dark chocolate. Oh, they're having a whole intercourse.
Ew.
Oh shit! What the fuck? He's on the building with a charge rifle, and he's aware
Where?
of everything around him.
No,
I'm fucking Captain Floater knocked one.
It's Captain Floater with the charai. His mom fat.
The
I
Floater's
know.
in for
I
60.
saw her last night.
Knocked
Got an
one.
oreg on him. Who is you? What the fuck?
He took my kill.
Headshot 71 crack.
Knocked one.
cracked one. 36 flash.
45 flush.
Knocked one.
Wow.
Knocked one.
Wow. Is there more?
I don't know. I lied when I said knocked one. There wasn't anyone to knock.
Oh, lol.
Oh, full 3 man!
Where?
Oh,
I won't make it up. I won't make it up. TP me. TP me.
I tip you, I tip you.
TP now.
Boop. I kidnap one. I lost all armor.
Hello? It hit me.
It hit me
Crack
too,
one.
man. You have an empty armor, man.
Having a bath.
The Kringe with the charge rifle can suck one, fuck one, dude. Holy shit.
Oh, behind! There's people behind the top.
Oh no. Where?
On the building, Is he alone?
One.
There's one.
Second major moment. Can't hit anything.
Here?
Dude, he was low.
Hey, rest- oh.
I think they rested him.
Yep, they did.
Where's the other kill here? Oh, there. Energy.
Look.
Dude, I need shotgun ammos.
Look.
Look, guys, look, he disconnected. Haha, look, guys.
In front of me. Give me 35 purple. Bubble. He give ult me.
Crazy
45 gold,
moment.
90 gold crack, Valkyrie.
Not one.
Yelling.
What do you mean
Hold
knock
on.
one?
There.
I'm getting fucking.
He's under me.
I can win that.
On me, blood on. 45 gold. Help me. This guy is fucking lagging his ass off. Dead.
He can't climb, he's too fast.
All there or what?
He's big bones, yeah, they're all dead.
Yeah, I didn't do shit there, I'm gonna be honest.
That blood on
I
was
did
lagging, dude.
What?
The blood on was lagging. Like he ulted and he was
Okay.
like teleporting around while I was fighting him. It was a hyping Andy.
Damn, all these pro players just complain, dude. First it's the ping,
Well,
and
you
then
know,
what's new? What's new?
If you,
Huh?
if you,
What's
if
new?
you have a tracking weapon, then if he's lagging, doesn't matter. But if I'm wingmanning and I literally can't hit him, he's teleporting. Also, I was getting
Doesn't
charge
it get
rifle from
annoying?
here.
What? Get annoying?
Yeah, like fucking complaining all the time, like some house.
I never complain, so I wouldn't know.
You fucking content creators wouldn't know Texas.
Remember,
You
I never
non-pro
complain. I don't remember
players.
last time I complained about anything.
Right. Right.
True.
Right.
True.
Right.
That's true.
Right. No, I mean I'm agreeing with you. Am I not?
That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's pretty true.
I've never heard Mandy complain in his life.
Yeah.
He's always so extra positive and like
Yes.
such
You're
a
the
good,
one who's taking all my fucking energy, man.
such a good positive role model in this
How much you
community.
need? How much you have?
I have a lot.
Crafting,
Ah,
crafting,
come on,
crafting.
You ready to shoot him?
I don't see anything. I'm nading.
Yeah, I can see.
34 flesh? What?
I cracked one. I'm taking this over.
Oh no!
Cracked another one. Blood on. Inside, on my door.
I can't help right now, Taxi. Nice, big time.
23 purple.
Healing.
Nice, 119. Oh, haha, you get hurted, dude.
Yeah, boy.
Isn't that the guy that makes food?
Yeah. Yeah,
A
boy.
little taste of it. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy. What's up, Mama? I'm good. How are you?
Cool.
He made fucking beans. What the fuck? Good one, man.
This guy's at left line.
Oh, there. I see. I spy.
I spy with my little eye.
Dude, what is the recall pattern on
45 blue on one.
Who needs recoil patterns
jitter
when you can
aim.
just jitter aim?
You can, dude. That's an exploit.
Yeah. ban me.
Let me do the exploit real quick. 2 seconds. Oh.
Dude, exploiting with the All-Star is crazy.
Crafting. Crafting.
Crafting.
Beans. Alright, we going? We
It's
moving?
not an exploit if it's in the game. Random Twitch chatter.
Nah, it's an exploit. You want this?
Bro, it's not cheating if you're akimbo wheel, you know.
Akimbo
Oh,
wield
dual wielding?
the dual wield the
Like a
fucking...
Kimbo wingman and only headshotting?
It's in the game. It's not cheating.
Yeah, it's just part of the game.
Can you actually akimbo without having cheats on?
Akimbo
yeah,
these nuts in your mouth.
if you play on the R5 Reloaded.
Oh.
Do you think that they're using R5 Reloaded to fucking make cheats?
They 100%
part
got
of
the
that.
idea from there. Yeah.
So if Apex was smart, they would fucking find a way to, you know, stop that fucking shit.
Nah, it doesn't matter. Cheaters will always find a way.
They always find a way.
Nah, man.
Yep.
Fucking liars, dude.
Weasley little lies.
You fucking same brain Andes. They're here. Oh, they were here. They are there.
Yeah, I see. I'm coming.
Oh.
Ash 445. No way.
I'm talking.
No way, Taxi.
I give up. Wait. Fuck, I'm so bad. Stop it.
Ouchie, they hurt me.
I've been a bad boy out here.
What do you mean that's
They're
not how it
Tessing.
works?
Tesser.
Yeah, Kami, but they're definitely using a different fucking engine to try shit out.
68 on one guy.
Oh, there's people right above me. They're having sex with me.
140 on him. 140. There's only one.
Eye healings, you alonings.
Ah, you're Daniel's video gaming, dude.
No, you jump over bullet. You a pussy.
Red one here. You know what I'm gonna do? His name
Sex.
is West Side Milk. I thought it was Breast Milk.
Breast milk. What are you thinking about? No, dude, they're running, dude. I can't hit him.
Oh, climber Andy.
Dude, I can't. He's moving so bad. Can you tell him to stand still for a second? I actually can't do that. Cracked him. Ashe. Nope. Little breather.
No. You get him.
I
Wow,
coming.
you have gold knocking, man. Good job.
This guy, I found him.
They bought that one. We should go up the ramp.
Swiping.
I have to pick up the Havo.
Where is the energy ammo? I need it.
0
I'm
and
only
Oh,
two
I don't know.
shags.
Here. Now we got equal.
Oh no.
I just want to make money with the same gang.
I'm not very good
Over
at
here.
aiming today. You know how when you have just bad aim day?
Oh yeah, every day.
90%
I don't
of
have
the
that.
time? That's me right now. That 90% of the time. You don't have that? It's the biggest cap I've ever heard in my fucking life.
That is true.
He's running down the hill.
Come down here.
I don't have days where I'm exceptionally good.
Here, he's gonna take the
definitely
zip up. He's gonna take the zip up here.
79.
Like right there. Like that was bad aim day. Knocked him.
Oh, behind. What is that?
That's his teammates.
Scanning? He's right there. Shoot him in the head. He's standing still.
Finish the
Did you kill the
saucers.
Pathfinder?
No, kill a horizon.
Okay. Pathfinder here. Oh, I got.
You got sentinel.
I need a portal.
Okay.
Any portal niggers? Actually, I'm safe here.
I'm
Yeah,
you
I'm
self-res
low.
there.
I'm waiting for it. Alright, what is he doing?
I'm portaling him as he called for it. I would not take that portal until you pop that. Blood unlocked, blood unlocked in the field. Right here. He's gonna get raised, I'm marking. And now I'm mauling.
They took towards me.
I re-knocked him.
But I don't know what.
Oh,
And I
look at this.
cracked the other one.
I hit it off the tree.
Oh, he's right under me.
But he doesn't see me. He doesn't know.
Yeah, he's right under us.
I'll whip it.
15.
Gibby's one, I'm going.
Nice shoots, man.
No, that was a headshot. Stop shooting, stop shooting.
Dude, you're
No.
retarded, dude.
Wait, where last? Last? Where?
I don't know, maybe on the Bloodhound I knocked before?
Yeah.
No. Blood dead and so is Gibby. But
So
they
their
did.
teammate
Oh, I
is-
know where she is. Dude, wait. I'll tell you.
You won't tell me shit.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Don't worry. Come. Dude, she's under the bridge. Look at her.
You found her?
Yeah.
Getting loot. Oh.
So that I could have Kraber trick shot at him there.
Just from here?
Yeah, she's right here.
Oh. Yeah, I couldn't find the last one. Let's see.
Oh no. Kringe. That was a good game. We did good. 869, them shit fine. Give it to me one more time. Get low. Get low.
Get low.
To the window. To the wall. To the sweat drop down my balls. To all these bitches crawl. To all these get motherfuckers. Fucking banger, dude. You ever played Most Wanted? You should have.
Need for Speed Most Wanted? Yes, sir. Ow.
Hi, Gilton. For real. He just like me for real. Nice, Dippy. After play with Hal, I was crying yesterday, raging at him. I can't play with Hal. Ugh. He plays at weird times. He plays at fucking midnight my time, and I'm no longer a degenerate, so can't do that anymore. Did Hal wakes up at fucking midnight my time? I can't do that. Shibuya Hal instead. Shibuya Hal, of course. We're gonna be watching here Shibuya Hal's Be Psycho next month. Everyone better be there or be square because we're watching Tova, of course. We're fucking watching Tova. Tova's gonna fucking win it. Because I fucking said so. I'm putting my heartbeat sensor on my head. I'm Ninja! Tyler Blevins. I play Fortnite. What is the pre-event party, Luna? And when does it happen? Fuck you say to me, little shit. Yeah, he has Twitch channel now. I'm here on a sub, of course. Okay, okay. Any enemy? No enemy.
PK. Bow.
Oh no!
I wonder what time Recycle starts, because I'm gonna have to.
Video,
I wanna wake up early.
I remember when I saw it the first time.
So for whenever it
Yeah, I
starts,
actually
I
saw it
actually
on the
wanna be
TikTok
there.
the first time, dude. I was laying there and there was some fucking girl doing a TikTok dance or whatever. And first it was Die Some Cringe and then the fucking cat came up. Oh no, Klinge! It's a jammer, dude. Holy fuck, dude. Dude, I'm watching a video about UK and US and size differences in food in compared to
I saw
like
that.
in KFC.
It's green.
Dude, what the fuck are the chicken sizes in NA?
Motherfuckers eat
How
too
the
much,
legs so big and stuff?
dude. You see the portion sizes?
Yeah, that's what I'm fucking looking at, motherfucker.
Yeah, it's like no, it's not even the size
Are
of
you
the
not
food.
fat yet, Taxi?
He's full muted, that's why.
Taxi's gonna become Greek, dude.
Well,
Old
Greek is fit now.
He's normal now, right? He's not fit.
No, I mean,
Or what? Is Greek fit?
He used to be. I don't know if he still is.
yeah, he used to be very
He's
fit.
normal, right? He's
But-
normal. He's not fit. He's just normal,
Well,
right?
the only reason he doesn't look fit is because his
He used to
fucking
be.
because he has loose skin.
It's crazy how fast he lost weight, though. Like I remember,
Well, it was a year,
I
wasn't it?
remember he was like, "Yeah, guys, I'll be taking a little bit of time off to like focus on myself and shit." When he came back, he just fucking looked like a
6
different
p.m.
person.
JST. Yeah,
He
was-
juiced up.
doing his walking, like walking on treadmills, streams and shit like that.
Walking is not bad at all. It's just fucking. Dude, walking is just like,
Boring.
yeah, no, it's boring, but like it's free cardio. Like walking around isn't that bad. You don't really think about it as like a workout.
Yeah, but it is. Well, I know. It's expected from you to walk every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You lost-
walked to and from my PC a couple times.
Yeah, to the
I
bathroom.
wouldn't really walk if I didn't have a dog.
I walked to the fridge. I walked to the door to get my pickup.
I mean, that's pretty good. You're doing a good job there.
Yeah.
No,
And then I eat McDonald's twice a day.
how they have that kind of money, dude?
What are you talking about?
You must be rich as fuck, dude.
Yeah.
It's
I
cheap
am.
in US, isn't it, the McDonald's?
Um,
Cheaper than Denmark, that's for sure.
Denmark is definitely more expensive.
It
I
is
think.
cheap if you go there and get it yourself,
Well,
but
not
like
really.
all the fees and shit. No.
Delivery can be more expensive than in Denmark though.
Oh, it is.
Delivery is like $10 here.
Yeah, it's like that plus tip here.
Oh shit. Damn.
Right, yeah. Yeah, true. You have to tip. Do you tip 20%?
What?
I asked him if he tips
Usually.
20%. Oh no! Enemy!
Sometimes I tip more, sometimes I tip less.
Do you never not tip?
Oh yeah, I've not tipped.
Gold on Pathfinder?
My man.
Granatan?
My man.
Um,
I'm pushing here.
540 gold?
Good job, and they're a fucking asshole.
26 purple horizon?
Tip him.
Can we have sex now? With the enemy?
Big nades up there. Oh my god, the big damage. All of them are cracked. All of them are cracked.
2 down?
Oh,
3 down? What did they do to themselves? Why did they put themselves in a corner?
Because I naded 2 times up. And I was
You're
holding
so
it
good.
upstairs.
No, no, my
Mainly
bad. You're so good.
Corner,
My bad,
corner.
yeah, it was you. They didn't do that. I'm so sorry for taking credit away from me. Never gonna do that again.
Oh no!
Oh no! Kringe! I wanna watch that video now.
I have 10 battery. It's pretty good. If you guys want battery, let me know.
I have 2.
You tip a penny if the service is shit. Oh fuck.
How much is weed in Denmark? Isn't it like $50 a gram?
Denmark?
Or something?
No?
Weed is like $15 a gram, right? 100 kroner per gram. Around that?
I don't know. I don't fucking smoke.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't even know what it costs. No. But you can. There's like dispensaries and shit here. Sure. People like sure, surely. Surely taxi's not on drugs.
Dude, chat.
Yo.
Mikeneko followed me. Back. Wow.
I'm laughing at everything right now though.
You are?
Yeah, like I'm giggling like I am high.
Damn.
Holy.
Taxi are actually having fun today. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's a rare sight.
It is.
We love a little giggling taxi. I haven't giggled in so long.
My pussy is broken.
Ranked with the boys always gives the giggles unless the ranked
the
players
rank
are Kringe.
just ain't it.
Oh, yeah. Then there's no giggles. Well, is that a dub? I got the
Are we
follow
going
back.
to the
It's a dub.
joke?
Yeah.
Ooh, a little choking. Choking action.
They're fighting right there. Actually, I think it's probably better we go here.
Yes.
Kringe. That's a
don't see
dub
anything
niche.
to the right.
That's a dub niche.
But
I
it could
think
be
it's a good dub
wrong.
niche.
Yo. Yo, check this sip, check this sip.
Do I take it?
Hey,
Am
we'll
I a
never
pussy?
know. Yeah,
We
yeah, you
actually-
can take it. Careful when you go to the top though.
Oh, land on his face, land on his face. Oh, he's knocked.
What the I didn't even get to shoot.
Here. They're
I'm
running.
fucking going hand now.
Are we going in?
Yeah, that's fine. Oh! 590!
Oh,
Portale, portale, portale!
no,
Wow!
agree.
Stop res, stop res. I bet you it's the Pathfinder. Yep. Fuck, he got up as well, man. I didn't make anything. I could feel that it was Pathfinder.
Yeah.
We go south?
Yeah, probably more safe, honestly.
No granata anywhere. That's why I carried 12 bats. The unkillable man. The man of many bats.
I love playing this character.
14.
Dude, come back now.
What? Why?
He's dead.
I need
What
to
are
make
you
sure
doing?
I'm not dead.
Why?
Dude, I love playing this character. I just, all three of them were riding here.
Yeah, but we were going south anyway, man. What are you going north for?
I just want to meet you guys halfway, you know?
We're going here. How are you gonna meet us halfway if we go there?
Because then I go this way too, you know? And meet there. Kiss.
Did you understand what he just said?
I'm dead. No, and I'm going all the way down here.
Well, the
Here,
port's
I'm
good.
not going through that
Port's
road.
good if
Yeah,
you take it.
Maybe go right side around again.
Pathfinder is 90 blue, dude. This fucking guy. They're pushing me, guys. This is not good, guys. I need you.
Yeah, you're fucking dead. I don't know if you understand this.
Fuck, I need. Why?
It's your fault.
How is it
thought
my
we were
fault I
running.
ported us in zone?
Because there was no way I could take that. What?
Slide into it.
No, there's no way I can take that portal.
Shut up! I don't care. I'm gonna put a new team. It's a rank game. No
That's a
one
different team there. 30.
Nice. Nice. I can't pull out my gun. Yeah.
I wanna go have one. It's zone 1. We just run back out. It doesn't matter. You know?
Zone 2, but yeah.
Yeah, it's zone 2 now. But
This is what I mean, like, pro players are so scared of zone. RPR literally just fucking entered into zone because he didn't want to be inside the storm.
No, I
So
ported right side because it was free, and if we all took it at the same time, we would have had a high ground on them, and we shit on them.
But
you know what's funny? Both of you guys
I
are dead.
take the
Okay?
portal.
Dude, you know what? Let's cosplay what was happening right now. Both of you guys are dead.
I don't think that's
Hey,
true.
look.
I'm pretty
As soon
alive.
as I threw down the heat shield, I grappled far away while healing. Then you say, take the portal. I am literally halfway across the map.
I'm just saying, if someone took the portal, would have shit on them.
Hey. I was super far away from you. I couldn't take it. Shut up. Let me get the banner.
Yeah, because you're monkey brain.
No, because I don't have movement like you guys.
Right. I have so much movement, me.
There. See, I got both you guys. Relax. It's only a game.
Can we
Why you-
talk about why you were far away, Manda?
What do you mean? I was behind you guys.
Yeah, but like, why were you were 20 seconds behind us? You know why?
Oh, I turned back.
Good.
Yeah, I run the other way around. But it's not my fault being 20 seconds behind you guys died. How's that my fault?
I'm just saying you could have taken the portal with me, and then we would have maybe killed them. You know?
Dude, how much damage did you do on them?
I put fucking
'Cause I did
Pat
fuck
on
up.
1 HP. If I had someone to hit him once, that's a 2.
Okay,
Nice,
we're live.
We're dead. Give me your knockdown. I'm playing your knockdown. Nice. There's 3 guys. It's the 3 same guys that killed us earlier just came back to kill us again. But good news, our banners are next to each other. Bad news, those motherfuckers
That's our
camping.
good news. I thoroughly enjoyed how the team that was gatekeeping me in terminal didn't do anything this time or the time before.
Bad news, they have no maidens.
Yeah, I did that too, and then I died.
Yeah, I did that too, also, and I died. Zone
Do you not
3?
have medkits?
Yeah, I do. I don't want to waste them right now.
Oh, okay.
Where can you go?
Nowhere.
North, outside zone. I'm on.
It was awesome you having some crazy shit. Slim to none.
Sonar detected.
Damn.
KClown24 underscore Twitch. It's the same fucking
Damn.
team.
Nope, it's a different team gatekeeping you. I think. No, never mind.
I'm expecting Gorilla.
I like
Who would have thought? That's a minus 18? I swear I had full KP.
a plus
Kringe.
15, dude.
I mean, if you used the medkit there, you wouldn't have had to use the thing that gave you away.
Yeah, I know. Not gonna lie, I feel like those people were the type of people that would have just fucking scanned no matter what.
Yeah, they would have got your ass no matter what. You wouldn't be able to rest as long as those guys are alive.
2 seconds. Oh, I need some water, fucking rough.
Oh no. Mikaneko is her? Yeah. It is the butterfly. Malona, it's because I said that Mikaneko followed me on Twitter, that's why. Yeah, she did, TJ. Yeah, she followed me on Twitter. Or followed me back on Twitter. What's up, Fahad Elm? Followed you back, Mikeneko. Yeah, did I follow you back? Thank you, sir. One team. They challenge me.
I love living on this earth, dude. Gives me this kind of like nice feeling in my body.
I'm alone in the middle, alone in the dark. I got scanned and I'm gonna get pushed in the ass.
Also on top.
Stuck in the abyss, alone in the dark. Taxi's muted.
Are there people here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They dropped off, I believe, to the bottom flow. Oh, they're finding someone else? Or are they finding you?
Yeah,
Oh,
find someone else.
Yeah, someone's crafting here.
Can you scan the bottom of my building? Man, I heard people.
88 purple.
I heard people at the bottom of this building. Can you scan it, Mande?
Yeah.
It could be just one.
I scanned like a lot of the building.
Oh, you didn't scan it. Cool.
Yeah, he didn't
Here.
scan our side.
88 on one guy. Oh, you're lucky, dude.
Oh, you're kringe. Oh, they're leaving. There's 0 on that Valkyrie. 0. Fat. The fat is 0.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Shut the fuck up.
Fuck it, Elm. Tier 2 subscription.
Grab
Thank
the
you
ledge.
so much and welcome.
Fucking no. Bad word. What is Michael?
No, it's because if people asked if Mikkel was Michael in Danish, but Mikael is more Michael than Mikkel is.
But it's
Yeah.
still kinda Michael.
Miguel is Mikkel.
Yeah.
Here.
How crazy is that?
Crack that bitch. 40 flush on her.
He is absolute.
Batting.
I died. I don't know. Double wingman gamers are just better.
Just use your shield. Where is he flying?
I missed. I shouldn't have missed.
He's above, dude. Yeah,
Dude,
okay.
your body. Fuck.
Yeah, wingman gods, dude. They don't miss a fucking wingman bullet. They're on controller, aren't they? That makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense. I wouldn't miss it if I had fucking aimbot. Fucking aimbot legally!
Definitely didn't just like put myself in the worst position in the game and would have died too no matter what.
Just playing controller is easier.
Plus died with grapple up, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, these Qs are just instant.
No.
You were talking shit, but it popped.
I was talking shit while it popped. You have your whole arm. Chat, what do you think is more overpowered? Controller or MNK? And also, who's better? EU or NA? Easy chat war.
Oh, I love it, dude.
It's gonna be like this for the next 20 minutes.
I just never thought about that. Never. Dude, I'm gonna if we die, then it's not my fault
Okay.
because I'm making G Fuel right now. I'm
One team,
cooking
one
it.
team. Okay, but who asked? No one's sponsored.
I don't think anyone asked. Maybe someone.
Yeah, it's crazy. I can't believe I've been carrying you guys the entire fucking day today, and you guys act like that.
Who?
Fucking man children.
Who's men children?
Well, you guys.
The only one that has men in their name is you.
Yeah, because I'm a fucking man.
There's a triple take with 60 energy here. Gold one.
I'll take.
And there's a PK here also. Literally carrying your loot right now. There's
Yo,
a
I'm
blue armor.
carrying-
63 gold.
And there's a
Fucking
blue armor
Pathfinder
here.
has gold in their team.
Yeah, well, there's blue here, Taxi.
One
You
white,
don't need.
two
Oh,
behind.
the door! Oh, my ass!
63.
They're aping me, aping me.
Yeah, I see.
Out of
Dude,
soul.
I was burping.
Okay, but can I have audio? Like one guy, look at my door, look at my door.
Coming.
Okay, whatever. I left.
I'm leaving now.
I don't know
No,
what to do.
I have no cells. Sick.
One shot.
Shit on that guy. He
Oh,
is
dude. He's so low.
63, 63.
Can we push? Can we push? Now?
Guy on bottom door.
Kick one more time.
Shit on, shit on.
500 crack. 500 very low. 500 very low.
Good. Let's go, baby. Come on. 112. I'm sure the guy's boss did you. 36. Oh.
Wow. Where the fuck I am? I just see fucking zip lines flying by.
You know what I hate? I hate
Kringe?
people that don't play on their own region, dude, also.
Okay, but some people can't.
Okay, but like, are you trying to get cancelled?
Well, no, I'm just,
racist or what?
no, I'm just trying to make it, I'm trying to like, spice up the chat war a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
First it's the EUNA, and now it's people not on their own servers and shit, you know?
Yeah, dude. Those
I
guys
think
don't.
it's because you're clustered racist.
Ah, okay,
I
dude.
think
That's
that
a
might
bold
be-
statement.
Bold statement.
It's a bold statement. It's amazing.
Bold, bold. Zach Mazer!
Oh god. That statement was molding then.
I'm balding too. That's okay.
been balding for a while.
Yeah, that really makes you feel better.
It's just slowly but surely balding.
Yeah, but you've been balding for a while.
But I'm
man.
really good.
I feel so good now after that one, dude.
It's team chemistry. Building. Wait, I think no one landed in the ball pit.
Bald
I might go touch some balls.
That's the balls, dude.
Guys, tattoos or no tattoos?
I have tattoos, so I have to go with tattoos.
Imagine, dude. They wouldn't even let you get a tattoo. You look like a child.
Marvel
Who,
or
me?
DC?
Ah! Marvel.
Marvel.
Yeah, Captain America! Dude, I can love Captain America, dude. He's so cool.
Nice. More.
Oh my god. Kringe. I need a 3-1.
Dude, what was that? Playing the flute.
Hit the fucking flute.
I need a Havoc.
Hawk.
Police. Yeah, police Havoc.
And there is battery here. And there is battery here. There is here. There is here.
Oh wait, my bad, sorry.
Fuck you, dude. We'll never do that again. Kiss
Bro,
your mother with that
I
mouth.
was eating.
These Doritos are pretty good.
Dude, man, do your ninja impression.
No.
Dude, come on.
Fuck, you said to me a little shit!
Do the laugh, do the laugh.
No, I can't do that one. Dude, like, you sound like I'm a fucking child or some shit, dude.
Yeah, you're my little monkey.
Do the laugh, do the laugh.
Do the trick, do the trick.
Make it roar. Where's that from? I don't remember. Make it roar.
3-1.
What's that? This guy's Silver, the guy that's the champion, dude.
Wow, he's good.
Oh, Shrek. Yeah, from Shrek, dude. Make it
But like-
roar.
Man, they do the thing, do the thing.
Did you drop
I
right?
need a Havoc. I'll keep looting the whole game until I find a Havoc.
Okay, I'm gonna go
mine.
move towards zone, cause orange sucks. I don't like the color of orange.
Man, like where is it?
God, there's much.
You found a turbocharger too, right?
Yeah, it's up there on the respawn beacon, I think.
Fuck.
I think. Man, they do a roll. Do a barrel roll. Do a
Barrel?
backflip. Oh! Shh, bro, dude, I'm playing core games.
Let's move in. The zone is so scary. Let's move in and die.
They're holding me. I'm batting.
Fortnite Battle Pass. I got
No.
shit on my ass.
This guy literally on me.
Red purple.
I fucking shit on them. Please go.
Please go.
63 flash! Dude,
At here.
I have to shit myself.
Knocked him, knocked one.
Shield. He's still low on shield. Right here.
He's fucking. Knocked him. The last is red.
Where is he?
Right? Brain massage?
Survive.
Dead.
Very good.
No problem. Thank me
I
later.
fucking dished out some damages.
Yeah, that path was like 20+ health when I killed him.
Someone just said you have hella viewers, but I've never heard of you.
Damn.
Well, welcome to the
Get on,
stream, dude.
First time chatter. Welcome.
And fuck you.
I have also never heard of you.
I feel like at this point, like if you haven't heard of like 3 years into Apex, you haven't heard of like the big names, then
Big
you don't
names?
watch Twitch.
Ooh.
You know, people who
There's
like
no big names in you. There's Shiv, there's PB Pills here. That's the only big one.
Taxi's not EU first and foremost. Stop talking shit. He's
Yeah,
NA.
he didn't convert yet. He isn't fat.
Huh?
Halfway there.
I am. You must
People
not
fat
watch my
boy?
stream.
Yeah, I've seen you. You look healthy now. You look EU healthy.
Little fat boy.
You wanna know something crazy? Whenever I tell people my weight, they say I'm way too underweight, dude.
How
That's
how
crazy.
much you weight for your told?
85 kilograms.
Yeah, for how tall you are, you're a little
not-
bit.
That is not underweight, dude.
That is not underweight.
No, I'm
That
not.
is
You are a little bit skinny. Eh?
No, it's average.
That is average.
On 195 centimeters.
Mm.
Yeah.
I have two penises.
What?
I have two penises in my
Are
inventory.
you an iguana?
Dude, imagine if you could. Dude. Would you make a baby with yourself if you could?
Huh?
Like, let's be one of those animals that can change gender,
Sex?
dude. You know?
They can fuck
Not
themselves.
gender, but you know, like,
Yeah, split.
yeah.
Like
Imagine, dude.
what is it, amoeba?
Nothing in a cup and then growing like eggs and shit, and then making your own child out of yourself, dude.
Why would you do that?
Let the legacy live on, dude. You would look like yourself 100%. That's crazy.
Yeah, if you're made of you, then you're basically cloning yourself. What did he say?
We have a pad and a portal. She thought twice about that.
Oh, across.
Ooh.
Rate 30 gold. Pathfinder.
42 gold.
Ah, they have two gold. What are they called?
How much
Shields.
gold does he have?
These two guys with gold. You're probably hitting different guys.
3 big guys. And a bust
Busting
in
my
my eyes.
eyes. On the bridge, Jack.
Oh, no, what? He had shooted me TP now.
Stupid. Where's safe here?
They're fucking doing.
Yeah, they're in. Pathfinder's in, alright. What? Give me your shield.
I shit on Horizon. Horizon's 30 HP.
I think you're the guy.
Oh, you. Okay, like, why are we throwing? Why? Why do you go down, Mandy?
I got bodied.
Because this monkey is fucking triple take ego challenging 3 dudes with 301s. That's why.
That's gonna be such a good game.
Dude, it's okay. Dude, these queues are busting.
Busting on my eyes, I go pee. Alright, what's up? Did I say anything while I was gone? Down, down, down. Bao tweeted. Bao tweeted. May the tears you shed today lube the cheeks you'll clap tomorrow. Poetic. Honestly, just poetry. Absolute poetry. Unbelievable. That was crazy. Amen.
I have a question. Taxi here?
Yeah, you gonna impregnate yourself again or what?
Oh. Hey Mandy, is Taxi only 160 centimeters? I searched it since you said he was a man child. Oh my God.
Someone probably did the Google page, went into my stream and typed !height and just got the random generated number. Clueless.
Yeah, my height also is a random generated number.
Same. It depends on how upright I walk.
Yeah, your posture's fucking dog.
Dude, I can eat some KFC right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they only have KFC in Jylland, dude.
I don't like KFC.
They don't only have KFC in Jylland, what? They have it on Rådhuspladsen. Are you dumb?
Oh, I was talking about Subway. I'm brought it, dude.
Yeah.
Now, KFC, dude, I can eat that right now.
Max, good night. Thanks for watching.
Miss you so much. How about a charge rifle game?
Yes. Yeah.
Dude, Subway is crazy in Denmark. Have you tried Subway in NA?
Yeah, I just had it today actually. It was
It's
alright.
bad?
It's bad overall, but this time it was alright.
Oh, Lenny, are you?
Me?
Yeah. Dude, I got Peter.
Who's Peter?
They don't know about the grapple. Ooh.
$36 purple Wraith.
One dead.
I
One
fucking
HP, Red.
suck deep.
Fuck, what the? 105, 105.
That guy is in the face.
Get this fucking dog shit gun off me. Oh, bow in here also. Charge, bow.
Oh, you're juicing.
I just shit out my ass.
Shut the fuck up.
Jammer, dude.
Why is that the
Cannot
only
think
song
about
you
it.
know?
What, that Battle Pass?
Yeah.
It's my favorite song right now.
Interesting.
Oh, a golden RE45.
My favorite.
Oh, so much energy on here. Like 130.
I don't care. I'm charge rifle master.
Can I have bag? I need bag. Bag me. Bag me.
Great, right
Found a
there.
bag. Found a bag. I'm good. Got a bag. Purple armor. I love that. Load up for myself.
Oh, people here.
People. Love that.
I coming.
What's up, Giri?
They're in the back. Are we charge rifle or no?
I don't give a fuck. Yeah, you are. I'm RE45. You can't pass on that.
Okay.
That's true.
I don't know where they went, but I think they went bonsai.
Fun guy.
$3X.
Juice.
Second.
Imagine if they made it so you can like utilize everything they created in this game. You know, like crawl and everything. You know, that'd be cool, man.
Yeah, that would, definitely wouldn't be any problems with that.
That'd be so cool.
So cool, dude.
Yeah. So cool.
So cringy.
Oh.
So heckin' cool, dude.
Booted up my PC because I need me some Fortnite battle pass.
I'm good. I'm bossing. I can't. I'm not bossing at all.
Where you can't knock him?
Put on path.
On top or what?
Bottom.
One's on top, yeah.
Not anymore.
Top purple at 30. I'm outputting insane damage right now.
There's two teams, by the way. One was in here. I knocked the Pathfinder, but I don't know where he went. I think he went through the doors and they rezzed him.
Who are you?
Think about it.
35.
I don't really know why we are all in
Under me.
here.
Pathfinder got smoked.
Not. He's under here.
Knocked out Valk.
Tried.
Running back. 25. 3.
Where's the other team?
Here.
That's not the other team. That's just solo.
There's two teams, Mandy.
I took the car from him. Help!
There's a different team, man, in front of you. I killed him. You fucking monkey.
White armor Gibby. Purple, blue, and white. And up top is another team.
this fucking monkey.
Dude, that guy's screaming right now. They're up here. They're looking down on me.
Yes, they are. I
Oh,
called it.
Mande.
Well, I
it's
know.
almost-
I just said they're up here. You know, like look at me.
In the window.
Sorry, I had brain lag.
Holy shit! I want to know who that bloodhound is.
Yeah, I gotta post
Fucking
some
hell,
energy
dude.
real quick.
I'm chilling.
Where's my wingman?
Then I took the car and I drove on the other side of him and pushed him toward the team.
Yeah, because of the team there.
Tozik.
Oh my god! It was the rank 2 Predator player universe in the world, dude. What? The rank 2 Apex Legends
way.
mega player in the world? What?
Not
no
the
way!
Wait, that means he's like the second best player in the entire world.
The second best player in the world, man.
And
what?
you just killed him like that? How good are you then?
Oh my god! I must be number 1 now.
Well, I mean, logically, yeah. You're the best. How are you alive?
I'm chilling. Did you just take my medkit? I need that.
I took it.
Yo, can I have one of your armors?
Okay.
Yeah, here. Thank you.
Oh no. Gringe. Like, how are they having fun? Like your mom
kill
does
him?
not love you, dude. Holy shit.
Oh, dude, almost.
I'm gonna leave
You wanna
it
kill
away
him?
from them. No, because they're Kringen. I'm leaving away from them.
There's two teams, like they're chasing each other over there.
Guys, go fuck their games up. Oh, in front of me.
It's 9. Crack.
Batting.
Where are they?
Right in front of us. North.
Wraith was on the ramp.
Right here.
No one here.
Jumped off.
You're fucking lying.
Yeah, down here. 72. 6-6.
30 flash.
Dead.
Dude.
Wow. I shooted him away.
They went up right.
I'm showing the red who's the boss of the gym.
Oh, here, right here. He's hiding on my ping. I see his toes.
On the other side of me. Oh, dude. He's turret.
I am the boss of this gym.
Crack it.
I'm popping a Phoenix. Come on now.
I could use
Why
some
are you
sniper
running?
ammo.
Why are you running?
Oh, dude, he's so fast.
Hey, what's going on over there? Taxi. Did you kill him?
Yeah,
32 flash. Fuck
Okay.
him, he's gonna die to another guy.
I fucked on his ass.
Fucked on.
Very nice.
11 squads? What are we playing? Algs? It's almost like we're playing Algs, bro.
You guys should come visit me so we can play Tokyo together. It's
Should we go
low-key
to
streaming.
Japan
Why not just
No,
play
no,
it
no.
and go Tokyo?
Because that means I would have to move.
Oh, true.
Well, not move, but I would have to, you know, change location.
Yeah, that would suck.
There's a purple backpack up here.
We're probably going to Japan this July though. And
Yeah, that
we're
could be
gonna
pretty pog.
we're thinking of all together coming to the San Diego TwitchCon no, in October.
Ooh.
I'm going 100%.
Might go then.
Yeah, I think we're all gonna go. A little Airbnb combo action. We're probably gonna go to Manda and then fly from Manda's place together.
That would be hecking awesome, dude.
Heckin' cool.
Yeah.
Nice gun. They're fighting over there. You wanna go interween? How do you? What's the word? Interween?
Intervene.
Yeah, here in front of me.
Oh no, Kringe, I'm coming.
Yeah.
Flash on
Right
one.
one, big time.
Gold on Ash.
I did a lot of damage. He's right here, he's right here, he's right there on the left side. Hold him.
Yeah, Ash. Low. Octane with 50 purple. Man, then move your fat ass!
I'm shooting.
I cracked one.
No time to move. Here, just shooting him through the knockdown shield.
11. I'm dog shit.
I got you. I'm dog shit. I did not have you at all.
I was
showed-
struggling.
I showed this guy who's the boss of this game.
I did not have him at all, bro. Holy shit! I whiffed
I
everybody.
forgot what it's like to fight up close.
Dude, ever since I started running Devotion rank, we haven't.
They
lost
looted
any.
this. 36,
Oh
I
my
mean.
god.
Oh, you
Blue.
want more anime?
Yeah,
There's
blue
another
armor.
fully stacked devotion.
I already have a fully stacked device.
Cracked him. 90 on him. There 2 blue armors. Oh.
Man,
There are
this
2 blue
fat ass.
armors. They're freaking. Oh no!
Gibby?
Oh!
Don't kringe, Mande.
No, I'm ready. I'm alright. I'm full.
Reloading.
Ouchie.
There's
Is he
a
blue?
bolt on the package.
Well, how is he good?
Dude, that's not a real
Green.
person.
Gibby's one.
Green one.
I think
That's not
he's
a real
one.
person.
I'm going in.
I'm fucking going in too.
I'm not even healing, I'm just going in.
Wait, what? How are you not dead? What? How did you not die?
The share token game.
I feel like I shot the guy like 7 times.
How did he? How is he
Chicken shot.
not blind?
Here, team, I can feel it.
Wait.
I feel
I
it in
think
my
I
fingers.
can hit a fucking juicer. Hold up.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
I can't tell what's high up or not.
How is he not blind? Stewie? That's not Stewie, that's fucking Mo.
Stewie 2K, dude. And Braxton. Two
Braxton!
homies.
Braxton!
Holy fuck, I love those guys, dude. Holy fuck. Those are the guys that made CS fun for me.
Yeah, same. Braxton! And Tarek, I also watched a bunch of Tarek.
I watched Mo a lot, but he was a
Uh-oh.
pack opener, Andy.
I mean, yeah, I watched Mo as well, but not as much. Like, if I wanted to see good plays, it was Stewie, Brax, and Tarek usually, and Pugs.
Monka.
Braxton.
Braxton!
Giga.
Is that a voltage? For me?
Feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my toes. Can you walk here? Oh, you can. Dude. Can you try something for me, Taxi?
Yeah.
I'm too scared to do it myself.
Where? What?
I feel like you can walk. You can walk on these.
Ooh, wait.
Oh, you can. That's what I'm saying.
Dude, that guy scared the shit out of me. I was like,
I knew
wait,
it.
damn
I knew
damn
it. I knew it. I knew you could do it.
Did you kill
Wait,
him?
what just
Yeah,
happened?
I knew it. I could feel it, dude.
Where was he?
He was up there. I knew you could sit there. I don't know why. I had a feeling like there's no way you can.
Wait, where are we resting me? Oh,
I think we're crafting this one. I'm going now.
yeah.
That's
That'd be
not.
wonderful.
I don't think that's even fucking craftable.
Holy shit.
Fuck, where do we
60
craft it?
seconds? Oh. Here.
You gonna be able to make it?
You can make it, yeah. Takes 10 seconds to craft.
I knew it. I fucking dude. I had a feeling. I was like, there's 100% a bad spot right here.
So what you're saying is that you're cheating.
Yeah, people are saying hey, just a hunch, dude. Just
So
a.
wait, was he
I didn't
inside
get it.
here?
No, he was up top.
Like all this ledge
was
right
like-
here?
Climbing up on that shit.
Or like on this ledge
Yeah,
that I'm here right now? Oh, you bled!
Yes.
Almost went off
Dude,
the
fall
climb
off.
that shit.
Do the double resting.
map. Dude, I almost did that.
I feel it, my fingers. I feel
Put it right here, I think.
Oh.
A little bit of a hunch.
Okay, I
Just a
got
hunch, dude. I knew it. I saw the zip line and I was like, damn, there's no shot. You can't do anything here.
I take an advantageous angle.
This guy got some fucking juice or KPP.
Okay, pizzles. I bet you had 0-0. You wanna bet?
Ain't just a hunch, dude.
I have 4 arc stars. If we get pushed, I do be
I
sexy.
got 2.
One team is on the hide in the zone.
The other team is probably
You know.
choke, right?
Well, it's not gonna be in the next zone. Damn fucking. That's you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Wait, this is not my loot. Where's my loot?
Orange box.
Wrong box. Wrong box.
Or red box, not orange. My bad. Little color blind.
I can't fucking my key presses do not exist. Wait, you took the vault?
I took Walt, yeah.
Oh my god.
What? What? You want?
Alright, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna Gibby ult, okay? Force them
want?
inside. We 7 times arc star them, and we win.
Here, take
Or
Walt.
we take the 2v2, alright?
Take the Walt, I dropped it. Take the Walt, I dropped it.
But I have okay.
I have wingman.
Okay?
I had no idea what you're saying, man. They'd be like, fuck yeah, heck yeah, bad chest.
I'm gonna Gibby ult them, and we're gonna 7 times arc star inside.
We're in on me.
Yeah, we have 7
I
arc
have a
stars,
stun
yeah?
frag.
You're literally in on me.
Yeah, I have 3 arcs, and he has 4.
And I have 2. I've dropped 2.
You dropped 2?
Yeah.
So the other team is inside the choke. Has to be.
Yeah, here.
Has to be, yeah. If it's
Do you
even
have
a
any
full
grapple over
team.
there? No, it's
60
not.
on one guy.
Do we even know if it's a full team?
It is. Inside here, it's full team. 100 on one guy.
Yeah, the raid.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
other
ult
team is in
this
choke.
dude, eh?
Other team is in choke.
Yeah, fuck the choke, guys. There.
I can take off the door.
Take the door off now.
I think that's gonna take it off. I'm not sure though.
They're all broken, dude.
Knock one. Boy, just chill a little bit, alright? Don't do some crazy
Yeah,
shit.
I'm just
Knock
chilling.
2.
I'm taking roof.
Keep us outside, 120, crack it.
Yeah, he's
Nice.
170. 70 flash.
Raid's pushing me here. Help. Batting.
He got a bat off. Oh.
Dude, where? Dude. Wait, there's 3 teams.
Yeah.
Yes, motherfucker.
You guys got that.
Oh,
I mean-
fuck.
Of course it's 3
Dude,
teams.
you're like, Wraith is pushing me and a belt was there. I'm like, huh?
The raid
That was
from
so
inside
bad.
the house was pushing me.
That was actually so fucking bad. Holy shit.
Hey, we won it somehow. That's good.
Letting the Wraith full heal inside while we 3v3 is...
Not the smartest, but then again, me pushing a guy holding a purple knockdown also wouldn't be that smart, because if I went down, it's GG. Look at a 666, the number of the beast.
Same.
You guys are just straight up demons, bro.
Wow, 8
Dude,
picks.
that was an RE45 game right there.
Can't believe we're getting RP. It's so boring when you win RP. I like being on 10k.
Yeah, so I can grief my favorite streamers.
Yes, I can stream sniping grief. It's my signature move. Oh my god, 666, bat chest. Pred is like... Monday's at 15.5, so Pred is like 16 or something.
Oh my god.
Good night, chat. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you. Good night, Kinichi. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you. I fucking love Tans playing Jet Batchest. He can love Tans. Taxi, when we started playing, what was time for you? Was it like really early
in
morning?
the middle of the night.
Like 6 a.m. or something?
Wait. my
Right
bad.
now it's 8:30.
A.m.
Yeah, in the morning.
Oh, you're on a hella decent schedule.
No.
On the good schedule.
You gotta when you're
20 hours.
when you're done, you got time to chill, you know, all that shit, you know?
When do you wake up? 4 a.m.
I woke up at 12
Oh,
noon p.m.
I don't know, Matt. Will I be playing Elden Ring? Yes, I will be in April probably when my live 2D is out. When I'm streaming my live 2D, I'll do Elden Ring. I'm saving it for then. Alright, we got a team. 3 men landing on this building.
Fortnite Battle Pass. Yeah, I'm man.
No, they're going right building actually.
Yeah, where's that?
I want the wingman.
One guy went down in the middle. Dude, I don't even
So I'm
fucking know.
below.
I don't know.
My fucking eyes twitching.
Oh,
One guy
579.
I'm coming to you, Mandy.
One guy's coming up to me or what?
I'm coming to you.
Oh. So just one
579
guy take off.
369. Damn shit, fine. Give it to me.
One guy left, one guy right.
on you.
Oh, death sliding.
Ooh, Granada.
Seven seconds and I bubble up on them.
Oh, yeah.
We ate this guy.
I got stuck. Nice. Cool.
They're fucking going under.
The fucking blood is one.
Oh, dude, the double, the 2-time.
The 2-time back to back. Oh,
Yeah,
careful! Our biggest fans are gonna trip us any second now.
Oh yeah.
Fans? What is that?
Fans.
Fans, that's how checks talking. So punch me. Do you think I can make it? I'm not touching my keyboard. Dude, it's not that way, dumbass.
Yes. Boso.
Dude, he said punched me. I wasn't thinking. The first thing I did was punch, dude. Hey, you say I do, dude. No remorse.
There's nothing on my loot, dude. By the way.
That was funny.
It's fine. See,
Wait,
now we're
third
baiting.
party.
From where?
Building behind my ass.
Raid. Raid is blue 32.
I just pop cells.
You need bats?
Path crack.
I have no bats.
Here, take one.
I'm just alone holding this AS.
Red, blue.
I have to
50.
sell.
Bats, they're coming up to you.
I'm biting. We don't want to be on the stairs. We're gonna get sandwiched.
He arced me.
All of you up top.
They're jumping on me. Need help. Cracked
Bubbling
red.
here.
cracked Wraith and almost cracked Blowdown. Behind in the bubble.
Great fucking one.
2v2 and they're both cracked.
Kill.
Armor for armor.
I'm need to armor phone.
I can armor swap.
Crack.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
100, dude.
I mean, it's the same guy's Funky. Look at him.
It is.
You can't make this shit up.
Dude, you're just
Like-
fucking mad because they're better than you.
I was
You
just
know?
joking at first, but holy shit.
Wait, what? Dude, this guy fully stacked ult in there, everything. What?
I was joking, but it's true.
Maybe they just always land here.
Maybe their moms are fat.
Because it's every time we fought them, it's because we landed here. I'm not, dude,
Yeah,
come
dude.
on.
Yeah,
His
dude,
mom
definitely.
didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Maybe.
I think his mom is a very nice lady.
I think you don't even know who his mom is.
Who's his mom?
That's what I was looking for. These are the droids I was looking for.
Who's the mom, dude? Let me hear. Amy
Well,
Schumer?
we don't know, but I can speculate according to her son's behavior. You know?
There. I see it with my little rat eyes. You ready?
I'm ready.
I do not have grapple, but are there people there?
Yeah.
Then this could be a bad idea.
Love bad
Why?
ideas. Nice. That's a sick. Yeah, that's how we
Yeah,
do
but
it.
I knew we were gonna fucking go straight into them. They had an arc
I
style.
shit on one. 50 HP left on blood.
I did 0 on Gibby.
22 flesh and blood.
Popping a bat.
Holy fuck, dude. Crazy
Crack
guy.
Gibby. Gibby crack. This guy's pushing you. Pushing you, Manda.
There's no way I don't get it off, dude.
There's one. Nice. 1 HP blow down. 1 HP blow down here.
He's getting stunned.
Actual one.
I don't know where. I just
Right here. Ping.
Nice. Last guy,
Last
here.
guy.
Last guy
Fat
here.
guy.
No bubble, by the way.
Super fat. He's not chasing you. He's like actually not chasing you.
Yeah.
Bubble heat shield resin.
Shielding.
He's gonna get him up. Nice. Nice, you're hot. Heat shield me.
Good shit.
Surprise. Okay, I die. Oh, I don't die. Pog you.
I'm wicked.
Wicked!
I don't know who he's looking at.
He's looking for stats, he's gone. Oh no.
Did you break his ankles and his neck?
Oh, I hit a fucking juicer on him. Mandy, did you see it?
Yeah. Dude, the motherfucker straight on for looking into a different universe.
I made the guy look like he was silver.
He's playing 2D Apex, you're playing 3D. Holy shit, dude. Oh my
Oh,
god.
that's you, sir. I don't touch.
I don't touchy. I don't touchy. Touchy. Touchy.
Dude, I was so close to getting it off. I was so close to getting it off, man. My bat was so close.
Konnichiwa, Rita.
Fuck, I'm pissed.
Fuck. I'm fucking fuming, bro.
Yo, keep going.
Hey, what a jammer.
Factual statement. I need to craft some bats in this status because I have zero.
I have 6 I can give you if you just come.
I'm coming with the car.
I will go. I will be going to crafting.
You don't want 3?
Oh. I'm so happy you guys closed out right there. Because it would have been my fault if we didn't.
I mean,
So the entire fight was actually not my fault. Because we won, so.
truing.
Copy on me.
Alert. Oh, a Lubia right there? Boom.
What the fuck was that?
Lubia, man.
Hello? Oh.
Well, fucking Marvin just died next to me. I have 7 bats and you're crafting. I have 8 bats in you crafting.
Isn't that yours or is it mine? Oh.
What's mine is yours. That's how life works when you're teammates.
Where's the core?
Right here, bro.
Get in the car.
Lots, man.
I'm in me mom's car. Broom broom. Get out me car.
Oh my god. Dual wielding. Double exploit.
Don't drive away! Don't drive away! I knew you were gonna do it, fat bitch. Wait, what the I just aim locked on somebody.
Nice.
There's someone behind us.
Nice. My man.
Holy shit. Hey, yo.
Hey guys.
DDD. Tier 3 Dr. Disrespect stuff. Any tier 3 dog subs in chat?
I have 8 bats. You guys need?
I got 2.
You want some?
You 2.
You want some? I'll give it to you.
Hey man.
I have 5. I'm chilling.
Bing chilling. Ah, you bullet! Whoa! He weird.
That's
he weird with
prowler?
it.
That guy's pretty. No, it's oh wait, it is probably.
It's a Hamlet, no?
Ooh.
They're cheating. 100%.
I left.
Spectate Sue Twitch.
On me, he's gonna. If you shoot him now while he's shooting my body,
No.
please.
We have
That's about finish here.
Alright, let me. I'm gonna just report him while I can. You guys stay alive. He's gonna get live banned.
I played this head glitch.
He's a bastard. He's cheating. Holy shit. It's the Octane that cheats, by the way. He's reported. My banner.
I'm so happy I didn't stay their shield. I was so close to saying fuck it. They don't know how to play in zone though.
They're really fucking bad. The Octane is all headshots, by the way. Like really on one of those ruthless aimbots.
Told you. Do you get the banner or what? Fuck it, we'll just walk this way, I guess.
My banner. Plug me. Oh, it's zone 3. Fuck.
No, it's zone 2.
Yeah, but 40. Oh, yeah, right. I stupid. We have cars still. Someone should go bring
No.
the car.
Cars on this side.
Okay, I'm
It'll
sorry.
take too long to get all the way around.
I'm sorry.
I'm sipping over here. I'm gonna check the water, okay?
Yeah, poke your head out a little bit. See what happens.
Bro, who the fuck? Sure.
I have no medkits on me here. Only have syringes. Taxi. Phoenix, I guess.
That's the first time I met a cheater in a while.
Not really. But there are definitely less of them. I feel like.
What? Yeah, way
There's
less.
definitely less of them.
Oh, Shane is not one again?
They fell off the map apparently. What?
Someone said he was not cheating,
Henry
lol.
_ mini just resubscribed for
Should I show him? Should I show him the VOD or what? He hit 14
Maybe
headshots
better.
out of
Are you guys
14.
on Discord? Because my shit isn't working.
Yeah, we are.
Mine just got fine.
He hit 14 301 headshots.
fucking
Out of
paranormal
14
activity
bullets.
going on.
Wait, I can change the Discord server.
There's a Valk team over here.
So I think Wraith and Octane on Twitter.
Hey, Taxi, you hear us now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I changed this Discord server to Central from East.
Yep. Cheers.
Can me tier 3 7 months. Arigato. Welcome back. Arigato.
Oh, is that the guys?
Someone said he fell off the map, but I'm not sure if I believe
Maybe he got banned by then.
You got banned?
I mean, maybe, I don't know. I reported him. He could have.
Oh, give me Kraken.
41 purple on Bloodhound. I suck right now.
Oh my god.
it. I shitted on them.
Holy shit. My ult on them.
Coming in.
Oh, Phoenix.
Gibby's one. Like, I get hit by your fucking ult. Gibby was literally
No
one.
way.
They're gonna.
Who's that?
They're rezzing as well.
That's the Wraith, right?
Yeah, they're rezzing as well. They pulled it off.
Oh,
No shots.
you win these.
Pushing you.
It's just kind.
Who?
Right here. They're all healed and they're all pushing you.
Dude, how the dude no shots?
I thought
Fuck.
we'd go in there because we did
I-
so much damage,
I
but I guess
got cracked. I went out.
I did
How
go.
did they not die? I swear, how did they not die there?
I went
I
in,
had
but then I
on
got.
them. I had fucking. They had 1 HP. They had
You're-
fucking everything, dude.
Your Gibby ult did more damage to me than them. Because it stunned me in the middle of a fight and I died.
What?
Wait, that was our Gibby ult?
Yeah.
The first one was theirs, the second one was ours, yes. The one that's done. The one that was on top of them was ours.
Oh my god, dude.
I fucking bounce padded in, had 3 wingman shots, and then got domed by a Gibby ult, and I couldn't fucking hit a bullet anymore because it was fucking.
Kind
wingman
fucking two-tapped me with a Mastiff, I think.
Fuck. I'm peeing. Like.
Okay, this might be my LG. I have to go work out. Oh! He just almost. Does the arm sleeve help a lot? Helps for me. Consistency with aiming. I like it. Void sweats an arm. The Void's a lot of problems. Sweat, everything. Just like if you have a bad like skin day, or it's like dry, or it's humid, or shit like that, like your arm movement on your mouse pad stays the same no matter what kind of environment you're going through, you know. I'm like so used to wearing a sleeve that playing without one is weird. Come on, Sevu. That sleeve helps with consistency of cool. Didn't know about that one. Let's get it bussin' in here. I'm going straight down to the middle.
I'm fucking ready.
They're pushing on my side. I got motherfuckers in my ass.
Me and Mandy behind them.
Ash cracked. 100 on Ash on blue armor.
Fuck, I'm on.
Ash dead. I'm batting.
101. 9. My new internet.
Give me one. Give me one. Give me one here. Actual one. Hit him 65 flushness. Up top. He's popping some shit. Wow.
Holy shit, this keeper was lagging. What?
I don't know. I just hit no rig.
I do the
Yeah,
whole time.
the
Wilco.
crypto?
On
He was teleporting. Oh, he was teleporting on my screen. Holy shit, dude.
Any penises? I love penis.
What's wrong with that?
And then you traded them.
Yeah. I pumped him for 109 first.
No penis.
Good night, mama. Peace out. Thanks for watching.
I have a purple bolt for one of you.
I already have one off job.
I'm using the blue one right now. I could use purple.
Yeah, I give you.
Well, people, team here.
I need a Avoc.
Team
Where?
with Crafter. Crafter.
Oh yeah.
I'm taking window.
Yeah. Here.
Caustic.
Oh no. They scanned.
No way, Kring.
Caustic right here. Alone. Almost cracked him.
They're running out here, man. Almost cracked. The Pathfinder is cracked. Inside here.
The caustic is out of the game. I cracked the raid.
70 path. You should have one shot.
You have a 2v1 there.
He's right here. Above me, Caustic. Oh, this is our Horizon. What?
Wait, there's two teams then.
No. What?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Believe. There's two teams. They walked under me into Mandy's.
They did.
Pathfinder blue.
There's one guy over here.
111 on raid.
One in here. Walking out.
He's alone. That guy's alone.
Not killing him.
I'm aping him.
47.
Give me a second. I'm behind him.
Pushing on my side.
What is he looking at?
I didn't expect him to fucking hit me, dude.
Pathfinder blue.
He's very good, that guy. Fuck me.
He's very close. I don't know what that guy did.
Is it a 1v1 or what? What's
Oh,
happening?
no,
2v1,
1v2.
2v1.
Rushing after you, Pathfinder. Alone for 5 seconds.
No!
Yeah, that guy does not miss, and he's got 3 gold badges. The Pathfinder?
Yeah.
No. He hit me for 54 only. This is crazy, dude.
He didn't miss a
Roller.
single bullet on me.
die. Thank you, whoever.
He's just nuts. Yeah, he's playing 301 R9. So he's probably a stick boy.
Yeah.
I could have bubbled myself, but I don't know.
I needed to know, like, the info there.
I just got rolled back. I died just fucking, just dying.
Yeah, I picked the Pathfinder while you were finishing the other guy, and I just decided it was only him picking me. So
Yeah, I lost my shield swap advantage though. I was 1 bullet from killing the path. I over tracked to the left when he swapped. So bad.
I mean, I almost knocked out Raid as soon as they came into the fight. Alright, this will be LG. Real LG. Then I go work out.
Okay.
Then I do the working outing.
Never. Never use it.
Never use what?
I'm sorry, my bad.
Okay.
Someone asked me how much I use aim trainers, and I just showed out 2 hours.
I don't use them either. I think they're a good warm up, but I don't use them. Let's go up here. You work better than Mandy. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Jewbear? What's wrong with you? Oh shit, I got to hunt to hello a lot. Let's see. Taxi needs to hit up on him. Gamer high. Yeah, I don't like the when people shit talk my teammates, so hold back the shit talking, please. When you're better, what doesn't matter. Even if I was or if I wasn't, it's not something you say out loud. There is a poopy pen. Get it here at bottom. And you know who joined you in the bottom section? Yuzu. Yuzu hit a fucking 6x bottom yesterday. It was actually, honestly, kinda sad. It was honestly kinda sad. Out of 25 bottom slots, she hit 21. 21 out of 25 bottom slots she has hit. Are you a pro? Sometimes, yeah. I am not. Oh, that's unlucky. One team.
So Lena, you guys. And
He
one guy
just
down
pushed
under
me mid-air.
Oh, my little ass.
Shame, I got a Mozam on me. And the guy below me, I'm gonna die here. They're all on me.
Head on.
I'm trying not to die. I can't not die. They're all three on me. They're all really fucking bad. Really, really bad.
On my
All
door.
thing is almost cracked. He said 45, he's popping cells.
Oh.
I can't
do
help you
anything.
there.
Fuck all three dudes, yeah. I can't do anything. They're all three pushing now. Holy shit, these guys are holding hands.
They're really fucking bad at the game, like actually terrible. All three 10k. Makes sense.
Nice! Nice! Yes! So fucking bad this game! shit, I cannot name a worse game than Apex.
You can.
Dude, these guys are pretty good for being Hearts are 10k. Holy shit. They're docking each other's dicks, dude. Holy fuck, dude.
Okay, last game. This didn't count.
Holy shit.
What's up, y'all? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. It's your boy Asmongold.
Your boy Asmongold.
I can't believe I got body blocked that hard.
Yeah.
Oh my god. TikTok Shinx _EU. It's crazy how big TikTok is that you start plugging it more than you plug Twitch or YouTube.
I just think it's cringe.
You know what? TikTok viewers and are the same level as rank 1 pred viewers. You just don't want them. Know what I mean? Like rank 1 pred viewers are the biggest cancer of this game.
Damn.
That's what they are. They're the actual chat hoppers. They're the worst. They're like everything. Everything the worst you can think of, that's them.
I'm
Then I
fucking
have
dead.
it.
Why?
I'm dead.
All I have is a prowler. I'm not gonna hit
Guy grabbing on the respawn beacon. Like, hello? This is real life?
On the respawn beacon.
On the crafter beacon. The crafting section area.
One here.
Guy on the left is here, hit 50 blue or something.
Consoles.
60 blue.
There are two teams.
Yeah.
It is two teams. They're fighting each other though.
They knocked one. I'll
See you
stand
on
down their butthole.
What the fuck?
Got him. No,
His
the
box gone.
No, the box is 2 boxes gone.
It's gone, dude. 2 of them? Look at them, dude. Baba.
My box is fell off the map.
Wait, are we going there? That's turbine?
Close.
Oh.
It's like down the hill, I think, from here. Up here.
I have 2 bets I can give away.
I
Ah,
got
zero.
3. Here.
Drop them. Now you have 3.
Oh. Oh, in front of me. Octane. Dead.
Nice. There's 4 teams here.
4? How'd you count that many? Raid low, raid low.
The Octane low.
Octane dead. Horizon here low.
I'm putting a zip line. I need to dodge this.
You dodge here.
I'm finishing. What's up, Kalia?
Holy fuck, I
Here,
can't.
44
shoot for you.
flash. This guy.
Matt.
44 flash on the bank.
Wait.
Wait, behind me.
Bang low.
Yeah, good that.
Nope.
Cracked all of them. All that. That's a solo Horizon.
Back on solo.
Where?
She was right there somewhere.
I'm fucking up. I'm Cappuccino. That's a cool name.
I'm
He is
fucking fried.
Cappuccino. Wingman. We sit on this guy's teammates' banners because he was throwing Horizon ults in our back.
Yeah, that's why we sit there.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I think the banners are gone.
Nah, my Alexa hasn't popped out yet.
Right.
True. Alexa set an alarm for a minute and 30 seconds.
I was just sightseeing. What's wrong with that? Admiring the environment.
Low beta energy.
Yeah, but alphas don't get RP. Yeah. And we're RP grinders.
Woohoo. I need
Good night, Kai.
yes.
Peace out. Thanks for watching.
Wait, they rest back there?
Yes.
They literally
what
rest
the
right
hell?
here. You got banners somehow.
Fuck 'em.
Told you it was no out.
Nah, no, they were out, but I'm going.
My Alexa.
I'm helping our girl loot.
Thanks for helping me, dude. Couldn't carry that shit myself.
They didn't go back to the boxes.
Where'd they go then?
We're shooting. Oh.
Yeah, Jen member fish. Hey, look, it's
We farmed a little bit. Not so much RP, but good fights.
Yeah.
you know, I'm up like 700-800.
Right here, right here.
Murder.
Oh shit, yeah.
They're trying to climb on you, Lexi.
Oh no, I fell down.
1
here.
HP Pathfinder.
I'm gonna collect.
60
Nope,
flash.
blood on.
Nice. Don't-
Okay,
oh.
completely around the corner. Pathfinder was really low and Raid was untouched. Maybe Bubble
Where?
Raid me, man.
Oh, I got him, I got him. Oh. Bad.
Climbing in.
Climbing. Shit on. Kneeling,
Okay.
kneeling.
Last was Pat.
Okay. Oh, what the fuck? What is that?
Oh, you have the gold bag.
No. That's okay, fuck him.
There was no
better.
audio on him getting on the roof somehow.
I didn't hear that guy either, no.
Bro, this zip line, whoever put this can suck my dick.
Wasn't that you?
Suck my dick.
Yeah. Trying to get my dick sucked, bro.
Man. That's the homie, man.
Behind me, car. Looking like two dudes.
Dude, don't, dude. There's no
It
way.
doesn't have to be a Horizon, right? Wraith and
There's no way.
a Horizon. Those are the people that rest.
No way. Those guys are real people.
I think in some world they're real, real human.
I'm pretty sure you can't shoot people in the car.
Yeah, you can.
Like,
you
I
can hit
can't
them
shoot 'em.
directly.
I'm pretty sure you can't.
Yeah, you can.
I shot that guy straight in the noggin, dude. And I did 0 damage.
Multiple times
Next
before
to
I've
me.
shot someone straight out of the driver's seat.
Where?
As opposed to shooting the car. Right here.
No.
Okay, man.
Bubbling.
45 purple on that guy in the back.
Bubbling.
10
Bubbling.
purple.
The 2 teams, by the way.
41, 90 purple.
Ooh. 120.
You got 2 different Bangalores in 2 seconds.
104 here. 104 on this guy and 120 on another one. Drop.
Can I go?
Ooh, he queued. It's an Ash and a Wraith.
Yeah, I cracked the Wraith.
60 on him.
Nine.
No way. Oh fuck, dude.
Yeah, I should keep
Where does the alt go?
left side of somewhere, I believe.
We're in the middle of somewhere now, almost.
I see it.
And there's quite a few teams left.
Cocked. Actually cocked.
Yeah.
Resurrection!
The rest of you we just killed.
Well, we'll kill him again, I guess. Zippy? Oh shit.
Oh, I missed. I suck. He's one.
Just got that.
Probably should have let you res, but fuck it. Time is money.
Mr. Krabs, dude.
They're fighting here. Bengal to
There's
them.
also over here.
These are the people that res, I think.
2 squads. Another people just rest, I think. No.
I just cracked the white armor. This is the res.
Whole team on top.
Let's not split like this a lot.
I'm alone.
RPR? RPR? RPR.
Sorry, I am very focused here on doing damage.
Almost died.
Why'd you almost die? What happened?
Try driving behind. Why?
There's like 3 teams down here, or 4 or some shit.
Maybe?
Oh.
My ass is getting drilled.
Good.
Hella drilled.
Blue armor. He has 0 KP, that guy. I can sniff it right now.
We kill? We kill?
They have 0 KP, these guys up here. Probably 173 damage combined.
That's a lot. Of damage.
Do you want to do it?
He's getting drilled.
I'm getting drilled again.
Kind of ult them. But I won't have to relate them. Knocked one.
Nice. We're gonna bubble res right now. I'm gonna arc the front bubble.
I'm burning it on top. I don't know what the fuck that is.
All
Oh
dead.
shit! My entire screen is shaking, dude.
They have 0 KP, these guys. I'm 100% certain. That was a minus game for them.
You're just mad because they're better.
Yeah, they're better.
Yeah.
They rolled us right there.
Yeah, they were fucking owning. Oh.
They have so many arc stars too. They're fucking ready to third party. Motherfucker have 7 arc stars.
Wait,
Holy shit. All of them. That guy had 3. The other one had 3, I think. There's no way the last one didn't have anything. I picked up one of them. There's 2 more in the box,
I
I
got
think.
2, yeah. Ew, my grapple is fucking...
Left, here. On the other side. Scoot, if you want.
Nope, fuck that.
They're looking at you. 45 purple.
50, 60 again.
That's a Valkyrie shooting.
Yeah.
Ah, shit, I killed that guy.
90 gold on. I don't know what character that is. Looks like. Cracked him? Pathfinder.
That's a Pathfinder.
120.
Oh no.
Right side, he's still cracked.
100.
I'm dead.
No, I did 100 that guy. Fuck. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Stop passing. 3 seconds left.
Pathfinder's low.
Please shoot at me, look at
I
me.
can't see, I can't see, I can't see.
Fuck. I have to keep back a little bit.
Okay.
Fuck one.
Good,
Wait, that,
good mission.
I'm coming in, I'm coming in.
Did you knock one?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. He knocked the Valkyrie.
Here.
Oh my god, man, I love you. Thank you.
Holding it.
90 red, raid. 1 HP raid, knock. Golden path.
Fucking bitch.
I got you, don't worry about it. There's so many knockdown shields, by the way. I think they had 2 of them. Nice. Dude, only reason I killed the Valk is because I hit her midair and she gets slowed. So she couldn't get in zone fast enough. Holy shit, I would have been tilted if that was me.
She tilted me, okay.
Someone got tilted, that's for sure. Spitfire. Well, we just walk up this fucking ramp, but no one's looking.
There's 4 or 12.
Hey, they're all just
Bye-bye.
busy shooting someone else.
This could be a cool play, but also a fucking dog shit play.
Love
Shoot
that.
Gibby!
Where?
Cracked him, cracked
No
him.
way, I missed him.
Inside, Wraith is inside. She's gonna be global. I'm holding it.
60, Wraith. 60 right here. 60 that guy,
We gotta
140.
give you ulted, we gotta give you ulted.
140 on top guy here. He's there, he's there. I'm gonna kill that guy out there. I'm gonna kill the Valk. Fucking hell, I can almost see him. He's right there.
These guys are not in zone, so you just hold them.
Yeah. You guys should go down
This
here.
right
and hold
team
that.
is looking. Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
They're my Valkyrie.
No,
They're coming
not
out,
gonna
they're coming
go
out. Reporting.
shit.
Ray,
Come on,
give me.
come on.
Give it it. What the fuck is wrong?
They just ported to this wall.
Yeah.
Come on, battery.
Cracked Wraith, or cracked the Valk almost. 40 on a purple.
Red cracked it. All dead, they have
Give me over
self-defense.
there. Holy shit.
Give me ult.
Yeah, it's there, it's there. Oh! That was gonna head shoot. 120, 150.
Leave the
Hard
flash,
point, I
leave
mean.
the flash.
Getting a left angle.
115 on the guys downstairs.
Getting a left
60 on that.
angle.
Holy fuck, dude. Under me.
Headshot the Pathfinder and crack.
They're under us. Taxi, by the way.
Yeah.
You know? Alright, good. It's A3 headshot. He's
Yeah.
140.
I hit her 48 blood.
Gibby's
Holy
fucking
shit.
cheating.
Nade.
60 on this guy. I'm gonna kill the guys downstairs, okay? So I have 20 arrows. I'm gonna at least shoot the guys that's downstairs. Never mind, I can't see them.
Shouldn't I be doing that? I can.
Can you? No, go in here. Oh, you can do that too.
But if I do that, then this team might push you.
No. Can you look inside and look down?
Where are we in? Are we in here? We're in there.
No one's inside. No one's inside.
No one's inside. What the
They're
fuck
there,
are
they're
they?
there on the ramp. They're pushing them on the ramp. Dude, I could port on the roof here, dude. Not now, but like, yeah.
They're in such a shitty spot.
Yeah, the other team. 98%, and I gotta give you all. Oh, they're 2%, and I gotta give you all. I mean.
98 more, dude. We got it.
51 giving.
They're
I don't know how many
Rabulos.
people are
They're
down there.
Rabulos. They're Rabulos.
They went back down?
Yep. They're by the zipline now, because that's the only way to get
Oh,
out.
they're climbing. They're climbing on the side over there.
Fuck.
Can I do something real quick?
This bin is one. They're
They're
swinging
they're
left.
right
They're swinging
here.
left. Swinging left on us. Valkyrie swung left. Headshot 71, Valk. 45 again, Valk. Valk's fucking shit on here. I'm phoenixing. Watch me.
Don't go down.
Where is she? Where is she? Where is she?
She was outside to the left.
The other team's right there. They're gonna. We just gotta hold this.
I can't really
they're-
poke though. I have
They're
100
gonna.
bullets.
Fine. They're gonna climb up. I got 13.
I'm gonna break the door.
That's good. Yeah. I killed one. Who the fuck did I kill?
Someone died to storm.
How did they die to storm?
Because they're stupid.
I got a full kill.
Bangled. Bubbling on
They
top.
already used bubble. They already used bubble.
Why?
I don't fucking know. 51.
They're resing. You didn't get a full kill. They're resing, I think.
I got a full kill.
Okay.
It gave me a kill.
Look here. Look here. Crack. Give me one. Give me absolute inside.
Getting an angle.
I forced them inside then.
Arcing in.
Give me shit on inside.
60
My
purple,
own.
red on one. Give me crack inside. Give me crack inside, left corner.
They're pushing
They're
close.
taking our shit.
Crack the Valk.
120. Not bad.
Oh fuck! I climbed.
Red almost cracked.
Careful that.
Biting.
Careful that. One's on roof. One's
I
on
knocked
roof.
him. I knocked him. Fuck. Someone got knocked. I don't
Yeah,
know.
he died.
Bang one in there. Dead. One is knocked inside.
Yeah. Who did I get a kill on?
I don't know. What? Their third from inside the building died to storm or something.
Yeah, but how?
I don't know. Maybe he fell down there.
Maybe he just wanted to plug his TikTok here.
Maybe he fell
TikTok in his
because
name. Maybe
he was trying to shoot the people below or something. I don't know.
Imagine dying for exposure.
I think maybe.
I was
32.
User game to end it on.
Oh, it's a YouTube game.
Wait, dude, we didn't get 10k damage.
Oh no!
We
did not.
got 9,980
80.
We suck.
Oh. So bad.
Alright, I'm done. Thanks for playing, guys. GG's, it was fun.
Cool.
It was real fun. I had headphones. Alright, bye bye.
Yeah, peace.
Peace. Alright, chat. That was it for today. That was fun. It was fun. Appreciate you guys for watching. Make sure you watch my new YouTube video right here.
Shut the fuck up!
Yeah, Anitra35 just resubscribed for 5 months.
Yeah.
Uppy, I love Cell and 4 hearts.
Thank you, Andrew, for 5 months. Welcome back. So let me just fucking tweet this out real quick. Whoa, lag. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, 5 months. So, guys, I'll be back tomorrow. Same shit as per usual. Yeah. Let's host someone real quick. Let's host Kohaku. And let's go follow my Twitter. And join my Discord server. Alright, everyone go say hi to my daughter. Be nice. Yeah. Everyone be nice. Say nice things. Follow her. Etc. 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 Alright. Peace out, chat. Bye bye. Thanks for watching. See you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.